Welcome to Ruthless Hype Esports as we bring you the Night of Champions. And so we're in for our second day of the finals. And welcoming back to the virtual casting desk, it is our mainstay girl. It is Red Queen alongside with Contra here to bring you through the journey. Welcome back. How have you been, Andy?
If you guys have been following me, you should know that one. I posted it on my stories. But yeah, hey, Contra, I've seen a lot of jaw-dropping tactics yesterday.
Yes, indeed. There's definitely a whole lot of stuff going on.
And fierce competition, but you know what?
Yeah, they've been looking really phenomenal so far, and I'm just hoping to even see a whole lot more coming in from HORAA Esports. Even DRS is also coming in pretty hot, so the Nepalese squads are definitely looking really, really good. But despite that, of course, we still have a lot of all these titans from across Asia that's been really trolling onto our current leaders of pack HORAA Esports. So we definitely do have a whole lot to talk about. So of course, that being said, let's check out the tournament schedule. If you guys are here for the very first time, we've started off with the scrims for them to get a little bit of taste of what could basically go on in the PMGC's spots later on. But you know, at least we're having at least half of the field coming in from Asia to be playing on the block for them to get themselves ready. So here we are. It is our Friday run, and we will see teams basically going all out to give chase to HORAA Esports.
And yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, PMGC is just right around the corner. So I just know all of the teams here are preparing. You know, they're taking down notes. They're checking out which team is actually the one to beat. This is just like a sneak peek of what kind of power they can actually bring into the table here. But of course, this is just the pseudo stage. So we won't be expecting teams are really in like 100% battle mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I absolutely do get you where they don't really want to show all of the tactics yet because PMGC is definitely there, but then again, they are fighting hard because there are prizes on the line. As we are currently looking through the squad rosters right now, Vampire Esports, D-Savior, Roy, as well as the Lions, they definitely have showings of their own coming in from the run from yesterday, but of course, there is a lot more to prove heading into day two.
Oh yeah, currently they are at the bottom of the chart here, but you know, day number one is more of like first date, so I just know that they're gonna come back stronger for day number two. But checking out the other squads, we've got Team Secret, FAZE Clan of Thailand, with the RQ, Ryu, BIGETRON Knights, and I can say, you know, judging by what happened yesterday, Contra, I think RQ also took a huge leap yesterday, moving up 5 ranks. But you know what? The grind is not over just yet. So they know they need to set a good tempo for tonight to maintain that kind of pace.
True enough, they definitely look really good inside of Miramar, but Alter Ego constantly have been making waves and always going for those big brags. Alter Ego definitely are vying for some of the top spots out there. Same goes to ASI 8, where, you know, it's been a really rough run for a team of South Asia, and the only team that's coming in from Pakistan to be playing over on the course of this finals. And look at a lot of all these names out there. FALCONS or Esports STALWART, they're definitely looking pretty decent. STALWART had some struggles from, you know, the scrim days where they were sorting out the drop spot, and to the point that yesterday we haven't really gotten to many of all these big rounds coming from STALWART just yet. But for a lot of all these Indonesian names, they're definitely looking really good. And the MVP, we got to talk about No Fear because he is hot on form.
Oh man, I mean, he is, I think he deserves the name, you know, living up to the reputation. No Fear, he is the current MVP, most valuable player. This guy's been racking up points for HORAA Esports. I'm saying right now, so make a lot of noise and support HORAA Esports.
As a matter of fact, there's two players from their squad that is currently running for
Mm.
the MVP title. Other than No Fear, it is Malik that's currently on the fifth position. Sleepy has been super impressive as we saw so many amazing effort coming from Sleepy and the rest of DRS to be pushing through, keeping that
Mhm.
consistency. And who knows, DRS won't be able to secure some chicken dinners for today. Well, I think for many of these games, the round of MVPs have been garnered by
Mhm.
Rosemary from Alter Ego Esports. Despite there were heroics coming from Rosemary, I think that the team also needs to find a little bit more of a consistent form. And we also do have, of course, the player from VOIN Donkey, Razak, that's been also
Oh
dishing a whole
man.
lot of damage. Speaking about damage, these are our overall flaggers, which is basically part of the top five.
Honestly speaking, I'm not really used to seeing Rosemary's hair like this. I mean, it's all like kind of how to get the swag is there, right? Also, the thing that's taking my interest is the fact that Razak coming from Voin Donkey right here with 10 elimination points and 2,656 damage output. I mean, my guy. I just hope that, consistency is there since we're coming in hot for day number 2. And again, we have like 6 matches for this evening.
Yeah, plenty of games for them to play their hearts out, and there we have our overall rankings on the screen. We definitely seen the surge of Indonesian squads to be moving up the block, especially Boeing Donkey's efforts that landed them a chicken dinner. They are now trailing right behind DRS as well as for Esports, which I've mentioned. They are the current top 2 teams to beat. But out of the big names of Indonesia, I guess there was one that we still want to see if they could also make it to top 8. But we'll talk about that later on. But it is definitely a very tight race, as we can see from third place all the way down to, I would argue, ninth at the moment. Or Macro Vibes could
Mm.
easily move into the top 3 in a span of the
I
game.
know. Again, it only takes one good game, and that could make all the difference the team need for this competition. But for Miracle Vice, I mean, this guy's back-to-back champion. Moved down 4 ranks, and now they're currently at second page. But again, we've already mentioned that this is just day number 2 show us for this evening.
Oh, back in SANHOK, yeah, it's been super explosive. And for most part of all these matches, most of these rounds could even end by stage 6 even. So you know that it's going to be action-packed. It's going to be super
Hmm.
fast on how it goes. SANHOK, especially when it comes down to the battles, I think we might even see about at least 4 teams bow out before even stage 2 begins. So that being said, we'll definitely want to see how this one plays out. So yesterday, of course, HORAA Esports started off really, really well in this particular match. As a matter of fact, almost every single map that they played out, they have been able to win in each respective different circumstances, whether it's
Hmm.
ERANGEL or Miramar as well. So I guess it's time to predict. Since you've joined in once again, I'll let you do the honors, Andy.
Am I supposed to go first with the prediction since I just came in for day number 2? Okay. So production team already got
Yeah, yeah,
2,
yeah, yeah.
huh? And you got 1. Okay. I still got a donut, but let's see if I can also make a difference for today's set of matches. But you know which team I always choose, for the first round. Of course, HORAA Esports, no question.
Okay, I really wanted to take that answer, but overall, I respect that. Now, Vampire Esports played pretty well
Mhm.
yesterday, yeah, and they came in really close to HORAA's record. I think that Vampire Esports might have actually made certain adjustments and might have a better game this time. So I'm going for Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports. I just hope that they don't get burned under the sun because it's a paradise tropical island. But yeah, I mean, SANHOK. So Vampire Esports. They are at spot number 8 with 36 points, and they haven't gotten any chicken dinners just yet. But hey, I mean, we're talking about Vampire Esports, Tony K. We know what kind of caliber this guys bring into the mix as well. So I'm also looking forward at what kind of performance they're going to be showing us for this evening.
Yeah, and a really good prediction coming in from the side of our props, where we're looking at the Savior vote, which, they have been looking a little rather shaky, but even despite that, it's day two. Probably they have already figured out some of all these uh, difficult.
Good, for day number one. And again, we'll always be looking at consistency. Are they going to be powering through? But now that we're coming in for SANHOK once again, Paradise Resort, we've got a boot camp area and all of the bases here. Again, the circle is kind of erratic. I mean, in terms of behavior, so it's always going to be exciting when it comes to the map of SANHOK.
It definitely will be. And with the timer all counting down, let's, of course, take a moment to witness all the glitz and glamour of all our champions across the regions, as they will once again show us the very best of PUBG Mobile action as we dive into the first game, day 2 of the Night of Champions.
Okay, here we go. We can see the skin is pretty awesome, huh? We can see the players already dropping from the planes, getting ready for battle, and I can see someone just pulled up their umbrella. Okay, this is something new. I would want to have that for myself. But if we're gonna be paying close attention to the left side of the screen, it is still No Fear with 16 elimination points. He is currently at the top of the charts, running for MVP. Most knockouts goes to Vampire Esports, Tony K, and headshots. Oh, this is no surprise at all, Contra. I mean, Rosemary, Alter, whoever.
Sure enough, and they've always have been Rosemary, but longest distance coverage is still being done by top out of Team Falcons. And speaking of which, we're already going into the mix of the battle. Big jump shot coming in. B-Saver now holding down the line, looking for a lot more of that target as STE is looking to take them down and claim their first win here inside of Paradise. Here comes a beautiful jump shot once again. Levi's does go for the exchange. STE loses that one member. Same goes to Lambo, taken out as well at the moment as they're fighting through the lobby. A classic showdown inside of Paradise.
Hey, Levi's is already low in HP, so he needs to back away just a little. Lamborghini, again, already out of the game, so we're now down to 3. Levi's just threw in the nade, followed by Chu over here. He's still got that element of surprise, though. He's cooking up, getting ready to throw up against Fearless here. He needs some backup to happen right at this moment. He completely missed the target. But you know what? They are a little bit careful. They don't want to be reckless. The Savior right now is not going in for the hard push just yet.
But there is a really good angle coming from Harrigan. It's only that he's getting all this intel back to the team as he switches over on the UMP. Great clips over onto Fearless, but Fearless gets to at least make a certain maneuver over on the east corner. Sanchir hugging about the corner of the wall as well. These guys have been locked right in, but take a look at the far side of the screen. It's Team Secret also arriving into the city. This isn't going to be a ending unless we have a clip that was so perfect coming from Powergen, getting that knock, and we'll be able to secure it while it takes one more member down. It is the Savior, yet again, to win the battle.
Hey, first team to go out, Stalwart Esports. Okay, that was a good try, though. Here now that they are being challenged this time by Team Secret. So it's a 4v1. Levi's took in a little bit of that damage, but coming off the kill feed, it's actually coming from Team Falcon, currently out of the game, courtesy of BTR.
Yeah, we managed to actually catch a glimpse of that battle. Was the rest of Falcons, they actually take that claim over the hill very early on, and you see a lot of back and forth between BIGETRON Knights as well as they were basically battling for that position. Now they move over onto these corners, finding a beautiful angle. They managed to knock near Zedess. Well, I'm not too sure which player exactly is that, but
Yeah.
overall, there is definitely a hot pursuit as Genfos cuts in really closely. He's got that grenade, and I believe Ease has got nowhere else to go but to hide behind his tree. That is not going to be clearing off the corners just yet, but he's ready to go in for a pick. Great takedown, and what a dodge as well. As that will quickly be exchanged by Lapart, that has been holding that very same angle. 1-for-1 trade. Now it's really down to Icy, and I believe perhaps one more member inside of Falcons to be able to still go in for a trade. But Zux is a little deep inside of boot camp, so I wonder if this is going to end pretty well because action has already been taken out.
I know. Yeah, this is not looking too good for the side of Falcons. That was a good long-range shot, though, coming from Lapar of BTR. From the kill feed, it's Genfus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, currently knocked down at the moment. It's Icy all alone in the battlefield inside SANHOK.
Yeah, really, he was worrying for Nurzet right there. I believe that to be top, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't see the name Murder ZZ, so perhaps he's changed his name once again. We'll get confirmation later on, but he's in the perfect position, still trying to actually take them down. I see holding over onto the hillside, but they're kind of stuck at the moment. BTR looking to one-up them. Meanwhile, out there, he sees RRQ upon arrival. Dreadful never down, but there is definitely a flank that they have to look out for. What a spray, as they will have Rosemary arriving over the back just to supplement a little bit more of that damage. RRQ, they go out early. Team Secret being spotted out. It is helter-skelter in SANHOK.
Oh man, early elimination for the side of RRQ. They just got ambushed by Alter Ego Ares, now racking up a total of 4 elimination points, and they are still going out for more. They are ready to challenge the Team Secret on the other side of the road here. So let's just wait if they're going to be continuing on with the push. But in the meantime, we've got BTR losing 2 of their members. They already have 1 point though. But the question is, can they survive this fight up against Nurzed of Falcons? Nurzed already down, courtesy of Lapar. Zuxi going in for the charge, but I think that is it for Falcons.
Yeah, I believe there is just perhaps one more member, which was Icy, or have they been taken out yet? Yeah, I still see Icy over the corner of my screen. So he's going to be in a tough situation since there's barely enough room to play out. But Icy, we're seeing some incredible plays coming from this gentleman from yesterday. Who knows? Probably is a lot more interested in concluding this fight up against BTR so that they could settle the scores. Overall, BTR looking a lot more impressive today to kick things off with. As we go into Hatim, this has been a hot drop, but finally we get some action. ASIA, they go in for that big pop, and it will be Zeta to find Falak, but it was quickly responded by Nachi. Here comes the devil, but just a split second too late. It goes down, but Nachi should be able to seal the deals. A little HP left on that member, and now down to that 1v1. Oh, there's a little bit of room over on corner wall. Zeta, he's got some Molotov to also play around with as they are dancing around. Big jump shots. Half HP left, and here we go. Closing it right through. Could he actually find the mark, as there is going to be some time to be bought here with him trying to go for those meds. Meanwhile, wrap around the shacks, and it all comes. Zeta, last man standing. Save goes to the other member of ASIA, I do assume. Nachi, he's going to go in for a little bit of that. Now looking for a pickup against Red Devil. He's not going to allow him that time and space. Beautiful stuff coming from Zeta to secure the final blow.
Oh man, Red Devil just got sent back to the underworld, man, by Zeta. Oh, that was a clean, convincing win, from their side. But you know what? The party is not over just yet, BTR versus Falcons. It is still ongoing. It's Zuxi throwing in some smoke grenades over here to try cover himself up. But I believe East is prepared, cooking up that nade. Can he shut down Lepar? Unfortunately, missed his target over here. It's a 2v1 situation, but good drop right there coming from East. But Lepar, oh man, with a very on-point nade, secures the win.
Wow. Great tag team action coming through, and doing due diligence is bringing his teammate into the warehouse for a better revival than to be picked up by other players out there. Meanwhile, out in the field, FaZe Clan now shows himself taking down the member of Alliance at the moment. As we do see some exchanges, Kasim, aka Jimmy OP, has been phenomenal yesterday. Can he actually pull off another crazy heroics? Because back in Miramar, he took out about 5 players from his own. And here comes the full flush coming in from the side of FaZe Clan. And it will be able to eventually seek out Jimmy OP. But that is going to be some answers and response coming from a different direction. Sleepy on target. DRS has arrived.
You know what? This is what I love about SANHOK, the ambush, the close quarter fights. You know, it's action everywhere you look. And right now we're looking at DRS. 1 elimination point, and they have got to move it. They are now preparing to get inside the circle. But you know what? If they continue on heading towards that same direction, I think they're going to go up against FaZe Clan over here. And here comes Killer Whitey with a very aggressive gameplay. And of course, an S12K going up for the remaining players of FaZe Clan. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, this is just looking to be a very rowdy lobby, and DRS, they hit their mark and they were swift, they were absolutely clean, leaving only 9 noise behind. He will trail right into Paradise Resort. That's just looking less like a paradise at the moment, at least for his situation. DRS, it will be on the trail of the members of FaZe Clan, or should I say member, since there's only one left. Now there's only 12 teams remaining. Like I said, you know, by stage 2, we're going to be expecting at least 4 teams to be off the list, and that settlement seems to be accurate.
Looking at the map over, they're still up against another team inside that area. I believe those are the boys coming from former. Just got dropped, so it's just Zuxi right now playing for BTR. Oh man, this is not good for BIGETRON.
Yeah, they're only down to Zuxi left, but we've seen some great stuff coming in from Zuxi's effort yesterday. Going up against Refuse as he's holding the far end. Not sure if revives will be set right into place, but Refuse is definitely interested to go in for the revival as he will push through. A little bit of warning shots, but I do believe that now that they've managed to even get some of all these resuscitation, there will be a little bit of a split going on as they are slowly withering down Zuxi. He's playing by the smoke, still being very elusive. And here we go, the trade set in. Refuse will be winning that one, but he actually takes a little bit of that Molotov coming from Barons. Should be well sorted out, but for Miracle Vibes, that was pretty clean.
Oh, this is perfect. Doc trying to revive his teammate over here, trying to make his first and second degree burns heal up. So I think Ruthless is already back alive and kicking. So it's still a 4-man squad for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. And now we are switching to Team Secret. Okay, they already have 1 elimination point. They are holding on to a compound over here, and just across the road, I believe, would be the boys coming from the Savior, if I'm not mistaken.
The Savior winning out that trade inside of Paradise and now find himself against the brothers of Roy Esports. 2K now soaks in a little bit of that headshot coming from Paragen. Very, very sharp accuracy that we're looking at coming from Paragen for the entire course of the evening. He was also feeding off all this info back for the Savior to win out that trade up against STALWART Esports. Now, this circle has been unkind to say for the moment, where teams have to play into all these tough corners of the north. As there's going to be a lot of potential being gone into VOIN Donkey's territory, as that is currently one of the best shacks to hold out. Vampire Esports right under the bridge, trying to keep themselves safe for the moment. VOIN Donkey, however, they may be in a good spot, but they can't be overzealous to take too long of a peek. Newsy's also cutting over on the river side, so we are going to see a shift of the zone in a moment. Let's see who will it favor. Team Secret's
Mm-hmm.
also in a really good spot. Same can be said about Alter Ego. So all
Ooh.
four of these teams that I mentioned, they're in the zone. So we'll see a big fight happening over on the east as well as the southeast.
Okay, so Boing Donkey, they have been aggressive from the get go. They were already putting up, for elimination points. They're still alive, but I'm looking at the situation. If HORAA Esports will be coming from their, behind, I think they are in. They could be in a little bit of the danger zone because, well, they will have to just manage two teams. One in front, one at the back, and that could be detrimental for the whole team. But I guess Roy Esports has just been eliminated, so we're down to 10 teams, and we are already at stage 4 in SANHOK.
It's all about getting into that deep territory right there. DRS, they're taking their time to navigate the situation. They're decided that they will have to make this push up against HORAA Esports, getting that perfect knock onto Sky. Quickly secured here by Chama, while the full push comes in. The entire squad of DRS are right on top of this hillside. So it's a whole lot to do for Mr. Barrow. He will have to find something with these grenades now being lobbed right in. But it is the floodgates now being opened up, and DRS, they're hoping to just settle the scores right here. But the zone's also kicking in. They have to wrap this one quickly.
Ooh, no. Oh, man. HORAA Esports getting picked off one by DRS. We've got Killer Whitey, dropped Malik right there. 6 elimination points for the side of the Real Soldiers. And man, they are setting up the tone here. HORAA, I believe it's just no fear. Yeah, but it's the survival rate is not looking too good for no fear. Okay, there you go. That seals the deal. DRS Gaming just won the game, but at the expense of Sleep, the MVP right up here for MVP.
VOIN Donkey also does manage to spot out DRS as they have approached HORAA Esports over the hillside. But from that angle that VOIN Donkey's been holding out, it was very difficult to pick off those members of the ones that were taken out for Esports. So we will expect DRS to be able to hold out for a little bit longer. But for how long would they be able to last out from this current position, we'll have to wait and see. Another update comes in, settling deeper into, I like to call these corners oasis since there is actually a little bit of water over onto the wheat fields. But here goes DRS. They're sending it deeper over onto the bowl for the moment to get a little bit of cover. And eventually, they might have to commit to this fight up against the rest of VOIN Donkey. Speaking of which, a good spread coming from VOIN Donkey, still holding into some of the best position possible. Then up till now, nobody's been able to challenge Alter Ego's position over on the south side of the hill. I wonder if they're going to be in the mix at the very least to challenge whatever happens over onto that corner of the map. So for now, pressure is on for Miracle Vibes. They come in from the southeast, and they don't really have that much room to wiggle with. I wonder if they can make the cut.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Oh no, D Saver getting dropped by Team Secret. And you know what? To be honest, I just saw Alter Ego Era's position just a while ago, and they're holding on to a compound here, right at the edge of the circle. I believe they have the best position so far for stage number 5. But then again, let's see how long that can last. But in terms of like elimination points, this is like a stellar number right there. 7 elimination points for Alter Ego Eras. And coming off the kill feed, it's Ruthless right now getting dropped by GK of Team Secret.
Yeah, there's just barely any space for MB to actually work with, and they get taken down. Team Secret just overlooking over onto the zone while FaZe Clan has got nowhere to get in. Nine Noise final member remaining. And I believe he was spotted prior to this. He's trying to see if maybe he could make a last stand up against Jiki. But Jiki is just zoning off all these players from moving forward. Same goes to for Miracle Vibes on that same angle. And now with the update, we shall see it does favor Alter Ego areas like you said. Vampire Esports already inbound, and then onus is now on VOIN Donkey to make a certain approach to wrap around the edges, and they might just be clipped by some of the members of Vampire Esports by doing so.
Yeah, and DRS is not really joining into the mix just yet. They're letting everyone battle it out first before they get into the safe zone. But Vampire Esports, I believe they're running out of space here. I mean, the pressure is just huge, coming from the side of Alter Ego Airs. They're getting pushed onto the shores here. But let's see what kind of trick they have up in their sleeves to survive this situation. But Tony K getting some of the nades from Rosemary here, and again Alter Ego Airs is in such great position. They can bag the chicken if they play their cards right.
Yeah, it's really going to be a difficult spot for the rest of Vampire Esports to eventually push through the rest of these members of Alter Ego as DRS. They get themselves pretty much caught by the crosshairs of Rosemary, now being pinned down. Not going to be easy task for DRS to cut across these roads, but they do have a vehicle if they really want to full send it. Members slowly figuring things out as DRS. They have to make this last-ditch effort, and they know that there's no other way than to have Kama to open up with this drive as they look for that jack. This is going to be a tough ordeal. X now taking the zone. He's looking to take down Rosemary while he's holding in the corner. It won't be for far too long as DRS goes in for a respectable fourth place and 10 elimination points in the span of this match.
You know what could go wrong for the side of Alter Ego Airs? They have all the advantages working out for their team. They have that elevation. Rosemary, he has a great vantage point, and now he is getting ready to finish up the business right here. He just end the play. The only thing that's saving Vampire Esports right now.
Yeah, there could be only solo room left to be checked, and that will be it. Alter Ego finally gets their hands on a chicken dinner of their own. And lo and behold, Rosemary once again pops off in all these big moments, and the whole area to play out. So Alter Ego, they really have taken the best spot possible inside of SANHOK to claim this victory.
It's all about positioning yourself, and again, that was a great spot for Alter Ego Airs. PUBG gods, must love them so much to keep on favoring them. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone just did their best given the situation. I mean, DRS will be coming from the northern side, the same with VOIN Donkey and the rest of the remaining teams there. They really don't have such a huge chance to survive the situation because they will have to cross the road. And again, Alter Ego Airs, they have that elevation, so they know everything that is going on from down below.
Definitely, and basically the whole region, they have already set their sights on, so they are just waiting for the right moments to strike. Vampire Esports, I think it was a pretty impressive round from them, considering the fact that they came in from the island side, and then they just basically make a wrap around through the bridges and still survive through it all up against some of these members of VOIN Donkey. That was no easy feat. As we take a look at our top 4 team stats right here, we see very little troubles utilized because most of these fights, they just get concluded with just sharpshooting coming in from all the players on board. But overall, starting off really strong, DRS definitely is in a very dominant form right now. So I still consider them to be part of the top 2 as we take a look at the head-to-head. This is between both of the members of Alter Ego.
Yeah, and it's really good that we do have this kind of stats, because I just know, some of you guys down there in the comment section changes Rosemary's name to Rose Carey, but hey, Octa is doing pretty good as well. I mean, check out the damage output, the assist, everything. At the end of the day, it's all about teamwork. But when it comes to the most valuable player for this round alone, it is, of course, a DRS X. Okay, I'm gonna call him X, or should I call him Say?
Well, I'll stick to X just to keep it simple, but wow, 6 eliminations. Absolutely outstanding stuff coming in from DR's main marksman right here in this matchup. But the rest of the field, we have already seen Octa as well as Rosemary's stats, so we'll take a look into comparison of 9 noise, 500 damage being done alongside with coordination points. Matches up very closely to Octa to claim that number 2 spot. I think it's mainly on his team contribution, because he was the very final member remaining for the side of FaZe Clan to really hold out up against the rest. So a much better run coming in from the members of FaZe Clan, and also it's a decent effort coming in from all the Thai teams out there, especially for Vampire Esports. Despite them actually getting decent ranking points, finishing on second, they don't actually get any eliminations, unfortunately, from that tough position that they were playing. Therefore, they are a little bit lower on the list, but it's a massive 22-pointer for Alter Ego, 14 for the RS, and also 11 for VOIN Donkey.
Relax and enjoy your snacks, enjoy your popcorns and your sodas. But this is the statistics, the match stats. 75. Wow. This must be the lowest throwables used that I've seen so far in a match.
Yeah, it's been absolutely rowdy, where they're just really out there for blood running to each other. And I guess there wasn't exactly all these long compound holes. Therefore, they're just going for direct exchanges with those DBS, STLKs, you name it, they've got it. So right now, the ones that have moved over on to the leaderboards are Alter Ego Ares with this win now. So just up to 61 points at current place, 2 positions up. BIGETRON Knights have also made a very decent effort, taking down some members of Team Falcons to move into the top 5. Whereas on the second page here, there's only slight changes coming into placements, where Team Falcons now dropped into the top 9. And on 12, we have the Savior moving up.
One game can really do wonders, but you know what? I can see, people down there in the comment section that saying that, you know what, HORAA, it's okay even if you went out the game with no scores whatsoever, because DRS is actually right up behind you. So currently the chart is being dominated by Nepali teams.
Yeah, and it's definitely a great sight to behold overall, because you consider this lobby is stacked with some of the finest PUBG Mobile teams in the world. So I'm definitely fancying the chances for HORAA, where they've gotten very, very good games out of all these situations. And then you take a look at HORAA's impressive stats from yesterday. They still got a lot more points to buffer, even if they lose in the round. But of course, we give them a little bit of time to breathe as we are getting ourselves ready for match 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
after an exhilarating first match, the stakes are higher. Again, the competition is fiercer. Teams have analyzed their opponents, refined their strategies, and are ready to face out on the battlegrounds. And when teams Red Queen together with we are your casters for day number 2 of the grand finals of the Night of Champions, brought to you by Ruthless Esports.
That's right. As we're moving into the bigger maps right now, game 1 was secured by Alter Ego, like you said, in a dominating fashion to take claim that chicken dinner to open up day 2. Now, ERANGEL has been rather interesting on how teams have been performing, but we saw that back-to-back chicken dinner coming in from HORAA Esports, and you know, I'm wondering if they do have a better chance, because last game they were dropping out with no points to be acquired, so that was rather unfortunate. So hopefully they'll be able to at least make certain advancements coming into this matchup. But Alter Ego, they're back in their pure form, where they're really holding no stops against some of all these other players out there. So I wonder if this is going to be a streak that will happen for Alter Ego, or perhaps, you know, there will be challenges coming in from even names like FALCONS or many more to go. DRS is also in a very, very good spot at the moment.
Well, honestly, I just love this about Alter Ego eras. You know, even if this is just like a pseudo stage, if they want really to give an explosive performance, they deliver, you know, just to make the fans happy. And again, PMGC is just right around the corner, so we just know that everyone is really observing if there are any changes when it comes to like rotations, or if there are players getting inside the teams and they don't want to announce it just yet, or whatever aces they hold for their cards. But having said that, I think for the
Yeah, DRS is actually what I really wanted to vote for, since you've already taken that. So I have to go for something else. Production's already taken for Miracle Vibes. I'm thinking that it could very well be RRQ. So I'll lock in my answer.
Yeah,
RRQ.
RQ. Well, they did have an awesome performance day number 1 of the finals. Again, they moved up 5 ranks before we even began, you know, playing for the first match of this evening. So RQ, they're one of the teams that can actually get 3 consecutive chicken dinners in one night. So I am looking forward if they can make that happen again.
True enough, and overall, I think they've been rather consistent moving into yesterday's run. We haven't really got to see too much out of RRQ because they got ambushed very early on, or try to say they were trying to take that compound where Alter Ego was holding out, and you saw the result of it. They just full set into that corner map, and they were just vanishing in just a couple of seconds. So hopefully, you know, there's no shenanigans like such for the rest of RQ. If they could play this out to their usual standard, then it should be a decent top 4 at the very least. That's what I'm actually hoping for. So looking at the current stats, you know, RQ, they haven't been the flashiest of teams to, you know, back some of all these bragging rights of doing the most damage, the most troubles or whatsoever. But Nepeko has been back in form. I've been, you know, casting over his matches since the very early days of Pubg Mobile, and he continues to impress me up to today since 2018.
At what STALWART Esports can show us, you know, for the Night of Champions. Again, this is the team that nobody, or they least expected to win in a huge competition, and so I think everyone is curious at how far, you know, that they can go as a team. We all know SANHOK played a lot of professional PUBG tournaments, so it is an exciting feat, I guess. I would love to see more of STALWART Esports, and at the same time, I am happy with the fact that VOIN is actually doing pretty well. They have seemed to brought the same energy from day number 1 back into day number 2, which we all need. And now that we are about to have our first ERANGEL, this is the OG map. You know, all the teams here, they know this map inside out. And I do wonder which of these 16 teams are going to come up on top, because let's not forget, I mean, this is a pretty stacked lobby.
It definitely is, and overall, I do also fancy the chances for, you know, VOIN Donkey. They have been keeping up to speed with every single set that they make, and they're definitely looking cleaner and cleaner. The for many of all these maps they've actually played out, and I've been witnessing BTR. I think that some of the best maps performance are actually coming in from ERANGEL, so I will definitely expect them to still have a decent impact hitting into this matchup. As we talk about, you know, all the list of Indonesian teams out there, we all could be wrong. We could actually see, you know, Alter Ego once again trampling teams after teams on their current hot form of battles. But the main issue for STALWART Esports is that Alter Ego Aries, they've been hot on their tail from the start of the match. They have always dropped into this region of Lipovka to take those battles. So that's the reason why we're getting a very shaky start for both teams, from both Alter Ego and also STALWART, because they can't seem to settle the score just yet. So it's time for us to find out whether if they will actually change some spots and consider that, you know, Lipovka is about the edge of the map. Maybe there's a better location, or will they continue to fight over that territory?
That is the big question. But I do wonder which of these 16 teams, you know, is going to choose to drop around a military base, and if the circle is going to land on military base, I do hope we get to see a massive performance coming from all of the teams here. You know, having said that, I'm also I guess I could say that for America vibes, even with you know, Vampire Esports, BIGETRON Red Aliens, these guys always come late in the game, right? I mean, we are not seeing them really in their truest form just yet, but let's just wait if that's gonna happen for today, maybe on the latter stages of this competition.
You asked whether if it's going to cut through the military base. Yes, it will, in fact, start off from the islands heading into the far western corner of the map. Now, that's a lot of areas being cut off, especially for HORAA Esports that love to dive into Yasnaya. There's not going to be any form of firm access, so we might actually see more teams to be moving into the island this time around. Falcons have always choose Novo Nordic as their alternate spot. STE is just going to go in for a little stretch, while 4MV is the mainstay team inside of the melee base. So we will expect maybe a little bit of a stretch into the Gakko region, some maybe even taking points over on to Georgia Pool, whether it's the south or the north. So those are definitely some of the key spots that they will contend. Else, a lot of holes for the vehicles where we might actually see a little bit of contest going on, where if they could reach to their final destination via parachutes, then by all means do so. Therefore, moving into Pachinki, we've had a little bit of an affair going on as well. Well, not the kind that you're thinking, where DX, they're usually moving into that drop. But take a look at that circle. It's not within reach for anybody at the moment.
It's going to be interesting set of rotations that we're going to be expecting for the teams here. But wow, fight right off the bat here. And we've got players from STALWART Esports. Oh, man. We were talking about like just a while ago. And right now, they seem to be on the losing end here up against the real soldiers.
Oh boy. And this has been the prime spot for DRS. They make quick work out of STALWART. It hasn't been a good run so far for STALWART Esports, but DRS, they have been sharp as always, and Slippy backs those 3 points. He's almost took out the entire squad by himself.
Oh, man. Pretty brutal, if you're going to ask me. But let's check out what is happening with Team Secret. Oh, no, Break just broke his back over here. Going up against, which team is this again? What? Okay, this is a green mark, right? But I believe we have 3 squads in this particular area.
Yep, there is BTR right on the crosshair. Over on the back side of the North George is also RRQ, the ones that actually take down that player on board. So now BTR will notice that there isn't just one team that they're dealing with. They will have to be a little bit more careful. Speaking of which, not
Wow.
too careful while we go in for the exchange. Zuxi hitting the mark once again as he gives a little bit of the coverage for the rest of BTR to be able to eventually go in for that revive. A little bit of stretch though. Team Secret, I guess this isn't exactly the kind of spot that they want to find themselves in, but they make do with this situation. Max LV now probably left for dead. SOAS tries to run across these corners, but it is going to be a tough revival, but he will try nonetheless. There's a lot of open space that could easily be spotted out by Zuxi as he is
Oh
already
no.
getting those advantages. Denspot's already secured that takedown, and SOAS now spotted. He they get the full intel on Team Secret, so I don't think that they could actually move off of North George.
Okay, so far so good for the side of Bigetron. One elimination point, and right now this is just information gameplay, I guess. I mean, we can see that nobody's really going in for the hard push just yet because everyone's aware of the fact that, some of the players is already on the rooftop. They have like a great vantage point. I mean, take Zuxi over here. I mean, he is on top of that building. GK is very much aware of that one as well. But in order for them to take down at least one player here could be very difficult. But for the side of Team Secret, 2 casualties, this puts them in a great danger.
They won't be moving too much of their muscles at the moment, but it allows the rest of RQ to trail right into these areas of play. Speaking of which, SOAS finds 2 members of RQ running into this doorstep. So that is a quick
Oh, man.
delivery. Can I take my prediction back,
No.
Mr. Production? I don't think that this is going to end all too well for RRQ, as now Limpeco is trying to take out all
Ooh.
the members of BTR by himself in a half suit where there's not really much space for him to play around. BTR goes in to close in the final members of RQ. That was quick work, and somehow even Team Secret survived a lot longer than RQ did.
I mean, who would wanna start their game, losing some of the members, right? It can be hard considering the fact that we are just at stage 1 here, and we've got 3 teams going head to head, losing their players. And, I don't know. I mean, which of these 3 teams is gonna be surviving? Okay, so we already have 1 team out with 2 elimination points, and that is, Contra's prediction, RRQ.
Yeah, just a very tough start to begin with for the rest of RQ. I guess they never really needed to push, and whoa, what a beautiful
Oh!
nade. BTR is definitely on to something today. All 4 points being acquired. They have managed to take down some members of RQ, some members of Team Secret at the very same time. Though some of these points were prior claimed by the rest of RQ, so they don't really walk out empty-handed. While Vampire Esports, they have a lot to do to rotate from Primos and Quarry into the northeastern corner map. Seemingly enough, a lot of all these games that we play out inside of ERANGEL has always ended up over on the northeast. So this is something that is familiar for a majority of the teams. Now that BTR has won that fight, it's going to be a clear passage for them to move across shooting range as well. Sever need to get into either STALWART. I don't really have to move too far off. As a matter of fact, if they can play around the south side of shooting range, that will be setting them closer to the direct center. A lot more squads are also traveling from the south side. Some have yet to leave the island, just waiting out for the zone to close out to get a deeper passage into the area of play. As for Roy Esports, we've definitely seen better days coming in from one of the top teams of Vietnam, but of course, it has been a long day of figuring things out for Roy back in day 1. Day 2, it seems to be the same story until they prove otherwise.
Yeah. Um, well, teams, as we can see, already headed towards, up north. I do wonder if there will be teams that would consider to travel via the waters. I mean, I can see Falcons over there at Nova Repnoi. I could use a boat there to travel up to the northern side because south of the circle will be flooded by teams. I mean, pretty sure that teams that are already inside the circle will definitely gatekeep. because that's an opportunity for them to get those elimination points that they need. And of course, you would always seize that opportunity. It's always hard to get even one elimination point. So if an opportunity opens up, you'll definitely go for it. So I do wonder if there will be a team here that would consider not to travel by land.
I think it's still more efficient to travel by land because you consider
Mhm.
wherever you dock by the time that you actually reach the shore, you will be lacking in the form of vehicles to rotate as well. So it is definitely a very high risk approach. So you will definitely see more teams to be on
Mhm.
vehicles that are on land more often than not. As going up to the north side, you can definitely see from the mini-map is also being
Oof.
cut off. So therefore, the spot that I mentioned,
Oh yeah.
slightly south of shooting range, is the place to be. And the rest of Alter Ego have already taken that prime location. On the other end, it seems like some of the members of VOIN here are also in a decent spot. Still a lot of space to play on the stage 2 circle, where we're just looking at major rotations coming in from all these squads like Alliance that finally breach into the zone, but trailing right behind them is one of the squads out there as Falak gets spotted out, moving deeper into this territory as they try to breach the compound. Octa trying to actually flush them off. It's only down to 2 members left for side of ASI8. Got that DPS in
Mm.
hand. They have to really respect this close quarter combat. Victor
Ooh.
now takes down Rosemary, but that's all that she wrote. Only down to Red
Mm.
Devil, but he's still finding
Oh
Marty.
wow!
All these members taken out goal. He even spots the final member, and
What?
Alter Ego is wiped off the planet.
What just happened? Wow, that was a stellar performance coming from Red Devil. I mean, he got sent back to the underworld during the first match, but that was like a superb comeback right there, getting 3 elimination points for himself. And you know what? Even going up against Alter Ego Airs, it's not an easy feat.
It definitely wasn't. And man, taking a look at how he just did all of that crazy play with that DPS on those open angles, we definitely will see that in part of the highlights. And here we go for Miracle Vibes holding down that Rozak compound, as they will find it a little rather difficult to cut over on a bridge to go into challenge our teams. At least space has been created. ASI8, with that saving grace, will keep 3 of their members surviving at the very least. And I'm not too sure what to make out of that situation where Alter Ego, they were in the compound for a very long hole, but they didn't really respond well enough to that aggression.
Oh man. I guess you win some, you lose some. You know, it wasn't a very good situation for Alter Ego Airs. Maybe they dropped the ball somewhere or like miscommunication because they have the advantage, right? And Red Devil, hence getting all those elimination points and sending them
Mhm.
back to the lobby. So that was still like a wonderful performance. And not so much for Alter Ego Airs as they have been eliminated stage 2 for our first ERANGEL this evening after a powerful and dominating performance from SANHOK.
Yeah, I guess like they were just being very overzealous to really play out there in the open, and we don't really see those utility usage coming from Alter Ego as well. And I guess it could be a little bit cleaner, but I won't scrutinize any further than that. BCR find themselves on the corner of shooting range. More and more teams now hug the rim of the circle. Falcons have just arrived into the scene as well over on the southeast. So it is a battle for control at this very moment. Stage 2, this is going to be a very difficult area to play out. It's very important to actually get these vantage points, just like what Roy Esports is currently doing, holding over on to the rim over in north. Whereas shots now being fired, Vampire Esports trying to seek a passage to eventually cut into these compounds, where HORAA
Ooh.
Esports was holding out. Not gonna be an easy stance. Great connection of a shot, as we saw No Fear landing a mark towards some of the members of Vampire Esports. But over onto the gas station, we have the rest of VOIN to be taking a defensive hold up against Sky. So they're not just dealing with one squad, they're
I
trying to
know.
look towards getting 2 at the very same time, while Lambo gets a pickoff against IC.
Well, they did have an early elimination just a while ago, and obviously they're trying to manage at least two teams here. If they can, pull it off, then that would be great, for Horror Esports. I think they could make up for the loss there. But in the other side of town, we've got Falcons over here losing some members up against the Savior, and from is looking at Sky, currently knocked down on the ground. Action as well just got sent back to the lobby by D Savior.
Yeah, that was not a easy spot to play out for the rest of Team Falcons, as they will be the next one to drop out of this lobby. Only 11 teams by the end of stage 3, ladies and gents, as is definitely a fast-paced matchup that we're looking at once again, just like back in day 1. FaZe Clan, they got themselves in a really good spot. They get a couple of pounds to hold out, still by the edge of the circle, at least for the time being. They can stay put,
Mm.
whereas the rest of the members have just arrived to the scene. Some of the players of the lines are playing a little bit more silent-centric as they heard shots being fired from across the bridge.
Mhm.
They've also marked some of all these members of 4MV at the moment, so this jostle of control is on a standstill because any deeper they go, they will be at risk of being spotted by some of all these teams out there. Now, let's take a close look over on the side of BIGETRON Lights. Now, going for a push up against Roy Esports. This could potentially be a big fight erupting in a moment while DX
Mm.
goes in for a pickoff.
Yeah, and also Yudo Alliance currently head to head with D Savior at the moment. Stage 3, and we already lost 5 teams, which brings us down to just 11 teams remaining. We can see an exchange of nades happening between Roy and Bigetron. Roy Esports, if I'm not mistaken, I think they have one player out of the game, and that would be Porsche.
Yeah, that was a decent effort trying to actually cut right through, but there's just a lot of open space over on the hillside here. And Roy's got to be absolutely careful with this advancement of Bigetron members wrapping around these edges. Well, Apex now finds Tony K as well. Names starting to appear over on the course of our screen. VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, they were on the receiving end. Coming in from DRS. And over onto the mini feed, we are taking a look at a little bit of more of a push towards the side of Micro Vibes, while the rest of BTR now tries to pave their passage, and it's going to be Deadboss taken down initially. The exchange goes through. Now the good that Godly angles up against the entirety of Roy Esports playing by the smokes, but that is not going to be any form of cover defense. Only down to Tuss. 2 members left for the side of Bigetron as they go in for the quick revival. Tuss still playing around these edges, dropping in the Molotov, and they will try to run towards the side of Tuss, and he will overwhelm the entirety of Bigetron.
Oh man, man, he took those bullets like a brave soldier right there, coming off the kill fit. Man, it is lining up. Zuxi on the ground. Same thing goes for Scott Horror Esports. Oh man, Roy. I think they just sealed the deal. Yeah, VOIN Donkey got eliminated as well with 2 elimination points. Man, it is happening. Fights happening simultaneously, left and right. Horror Esports right now getting bombarded by D Savior. Chua just like go for another nade right there, and Horror Esports, they don't have that much space to work with.
Not too much, but they've been able to at least cut in by the far west side to know that there is going to be a certain angles that they will have to clear off. Now it's ASI to hold down the line up against a member of Miracle Vibes. This area currently very difficult to play out, while the rest of ASI has already made certain maneuvers to ensure that the south side is clear, but now they have to go up against the rest of Vampire Esports, lobbing the hail of nades. Lions also trying to flush out their position, so this is not going to be an easy task for ASI8. They will have to look for alternatives. While currently, Red Devil is going to be stuck over the lower ridge, as Leo will be able to find the mark, taking down Nachi.
They have now a total of 6 elimination points, and Falag is doing a bit of a heavy lifting here for the team. He's the one being aggressive for their side, so let's see if he can actually make that happen. But for the side of DRS, man, just look at Sleepy 5 elimination points all to himself, man. I mean, this guy might be really gunning for that MVP title.
Very likely so. Right now, having some of the highest average damage to be putting into each respective matchup, as he will have to battle up against the rest of FaZe Clan now, relying on the smoke for cover for the meantime. A lot going up over on the north side, but FaZe Clan, they should be repositioning themselves while they will give that space towards the rest of DRS to claim. Back towards the side of Fallout, still dealing with the situation up against these members of VPE. And he's really running low on resources. So you take a look, he's only got that one first aid. He wants to save it for a big moment. So he's relying on bandages only for the current position.
Hmm.
While Red Devil, he's pretty much on the chokehold. I believe that certain angles have really locked Red Devil out of this fight. Tony K continues to look for Falak over onto the far end. It seems that Red Devil have been able to escape out of that situation. Now drives right through, puts himself into a grenade angle coming from Tony K.
Ooh. Well. And I live to fight another day, but here comes Tony K. But he did escape with his life, so I guess all is good for the side of Falak or Aegon I8.
Egan ASI8 overall, just holding on to a thin line of a thread. Falak taking this vehicle to be a slight cover for the moment. As he goes in for a quick restock, he finds himself 3 first aids at the moment. Sleepy jostling for control up against the member of the Saber from a far corner of the map. So they will definitely take notice of that deep position, but overall, DRS tugging by this corner of a bowl, defending very well up against the rest of FaZe Clan that's been holding them hostage in this position. As any further that they go, they will be susceptible for a wide angle coverage from both the Savior as well as FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan decides, you know, we're not going to stay for far too long. We don't really have to circle at the moment. Just going for that quick reposition while DRS should be able to pave a certain passage, and now the only threat is actually coming in from the rest of the Savior.
Okay, just a quick update with how the teams are actually doing. At this moment, HORAA Esports already has 4 elimination points and DRS with 6. Well, we are looking at 8 teams remaining, and on the screen we've got FaZe Clan coming from Thailand. No elimination points just yet, but they still have a complete squad. But will this be, the end for some of the players for FaZe Clan, since they're
Mates now being lobbed at each other. DRS, they're being pinched by that very tight corner. So Meow Meow, he's definitely got to dodge some of all these big bang. Chalma does actually land the final blow. Now this actually opens up all these possibilities, but FaZe Clan, they're going in for that far angle wrap. Quick response coming from Sleepy. He always hit those spots. And my, he's definitely looking for a whole lot more. The main man of DRS have so far brought in those big 5 corners, and the entire FaZe Clan is already out. Impressive work rate. That also involves No Fear to also steal a point away. FaZe Clan, I thought that they would have big impact, but they walk away with 0 points.
Yeah, I remember, from the last tournament that I've casted, they did an amazing job. They have been aggressive and quite consistent. So I don't know where all that energy or like power is coming from right now, or lack of it. But for Miracle Vibes, okay, we're looking at Apex over here. All 3 of their members already out of the game, and they're pretty close with Vampire Esports. I think Vampire's not aware of the fact that we have one player inside the house who's not moving a muscle at all, which is very good tactics. I mean, if you want to save yourself, going up against a full squad, or at least 3 players from a squad, will not be good news for you. So better to stay quiet.
Fair enough. DRS takes even more of all these points, already bagging a total of 11 points. Super impressive. Well, this is a team that I want to vote for, and right now they're definitely looking to impress. So far, so good, and the rest of DX have already been prior spotted, so there's going to be big lots of nades to the side of Chua. Eventually, he might have to dodge some of all these nades, but for now, they sit pretty tight. Sleepy still throwing everything he's got online. Now, flushes him off of that position to once again hit that corner, but he's being traded back. Here comes Power Jin, and that will be a quick recovery and response coming from X to ensure that Sleepy stays up and alive.
There goes the ominous music. But you know what? At this point, Contra, the chicken dinner doesn't even matter at all. 13 elimination points for DRS, 8 being the highest number so far, and it is all Sleepy in here. They're still in a full squad, which, I mean, we're already at stage 6, and for you to be able to have a complete set of players at this point in the competition, or at this point in the match, is pretty spectacular.
It definitely is on how they've been playing so impressively, playing that northern portion map. Taking fights after fights after fights, and they're showing no signs of stopping at all. HORAA, they're playing a very defensive role inside the gas station. This isn't exactly going to give them opportunities to frag out, but if they really want to hold out for the end game for a better replacement point, they could absolutely do so. And it's going to be Kasim once again popping off. That's Jimmy OP that's continuing to show up for the Alliance. DRS, I think that they're definitely interested to eventually charge into the compound, but overall, Jimmy OP is just going to go land certain attacks onto some of the members of DRS, make it a little bit more difficult for them to really gravitate towards any area. But DRS, they got the zone, they don't really have to worry about much. It's now down to 4MV, VPE, as well as the rest of Alliance to get into the mix as well. So a lot of area of coverage. They can still actually wiggle for that room of play over onto the western plane. While HORAA, I don't think they're going to move their muscles right now. They're sitting pretty where they're at.
Well, if DRS eliminates HORAA in this exchange, they could potentially get thrown out of the HORAA Esports hands. Because if you remember, they only have like a 10-point lead up against DRS. So if DRS can shut down HORAA, they can be sitting at the top of the throne here. But let's check out what is happening with Full Miracle Vibes as they drop Tony K coming from Vampire Esports. And we're talking about just Apex here, the Apex Predator. Let's see if he can actually live up to his name and eliminate all players that are headed towards his direction.
Managing a knock earlier, and now looking for a quick takedown. What a spray that was. Apex, he is absolutely on fire, but that is going to be a big wrap coming from the rest of VPE. As I do expect, DRS will make quick work out of HORAA Esports and find themselves being targeted by the ones over the hillside. As soon as they wrap up that fight, this is where the Alliance, they will strike upon the members of Vampire Esports, leaving none standing. Once again, JBOP showing up to the occasion. Now, it's the battle between the Nepalese as well as the Malaysians for the chicken dinner. First, with this current hot form, DRS is definitely the heavy favorite in this matchup, but the rest of the Alliance, they got the high ground advantage.
Oh man, are we even looking at the original roster of Alliance? Oh man, this is a great end battle for match number 2 this evening. Okay, we can see that Olio has been throwing up nades up against DRS, completely missing his target here. I guess this week and let's see what DRS can actually pull off in this situation. But so far so good. I mean, they've already how many kill points? 15. And if they add the chicken dinner, we're looking at least 28 points in one game.
Yeah, right now the problem is that the rest of the lines, they will have to move out of that compound to get into the next zone. And you see that perfect angle coverage coming in
Yeah.
from the rest of the area. So I don't see a way out for them unless they do get some of all these double takedowns out in the open. So it's all down to these attempts. Smoke's now being primed out in the open. Olio tries to pave way. There are vehicles where they can basically make last stand up against the rest of DRS, but they're being very sneaky about this. Chama is just really holding out some of all these spots. Chama also receiving a little bit of damage while he is having a name being lobbed towards his area. But it's all about buying time. This game should very well be DRS's hands, while there is just going to be that fog of war being put out just to be stirring a little bit of mix up against the rest of DRS. Just waiting for the golden moment, golden opportunity as Chama lurking closer and closer. Now it's going to be a full send coming from the UAZ, and the moment that he moves with the vehicle, he gets spotted out. No escaping from the wrath of DRS.
There you go.
Chama gets spotted out. It's going to be that trade going through. And this could go in very evenly. Nate's now being primed over the side of X. But there will be a whole lot more coming from Sleepy as he goes down for that trade. And everybody lines up. This is not looking all too good for the rest of the lines as he barely has any space right behind the vehicle. And it is the perfect win for DRS right here in this moment to celebrate with a chicken dinner for South Asia.
Now, okay, it's true, we do have a little bit of civil war going on between DRS and HORAA Esports, but then again, the kings right now would be the boys of DRS. Now, here comes the big question, Contra. How long can they maintain this position?
Honestly, if you ask me, HORAA Esports may not get to hold it for far too long. You saw that battle that take place. HORAA did not manage to get that many elimination points, whereas DRS, I believe they've just set a new record high here inside of our finals, inside of ERANGEL as well. And you take a look at that, 8 points. That is crazy work rate coming in from the side of Slippy. 4 for Kill YT, 1 apiece for X as well as Chama. And this said, I don't think that any teams will be expecting to overtake DRS with this surge of points. 10 points from the chicken dinner as well. You do the math. This is just absolutely monstrous coming from the squad of Nepal.
Yeah, godlike reflexes. But we can still see, you know, teams to watch. Match number 8 of ERANGEL, DRS, Alliance, HORAA Esports, and Vampire. I guess for Vampire Esports, they haven't gotten the tempo quite just yet, so we'll just have to wait because this is just the second round and we still got 4 more to go. But for DRS, again, it was a massive performance coming from this team. 28 points if I'm not mistaken for this round alone. So I guess let's see if they can create that, you know, like that huge gap that we were talking about, just to make sure that they keep that momentum going on for their team. And just looking at head-to-head over here, it's No Fear versus Killer YT.
Yeah, they definitely look to be very close in terms of all these numbers out there, but the damage output is still going to be sky high for No Fear. But I believe that Sleepy should be the overall MVP in this matchup with so many takedowns. That's a perfect counter out there with 1,591 damage to be distributed. And of course, with so many of all these takedowns, it's natural that he has the highest team contribution. This Wonder Kid has been really sharp throughout the entire course of the finals, and you would expect DRS to have him to be carrying a whole lot of points moving up to the rest of the matchup for the entirety of the evening. While we take a look at the current top performers as well, so we have No Fear, Killer YT, as well as Red Devil to join in the mix with Sleepy being the best performer out there.
$15 elimination points is no joke at all. Make that 17. All right, so coming on the top of the chart here, DRS followed by Alliance. We've got HORAA Esports as well. But for Stalwart and Team Falcons, not really having a good time. Stalwart, this is their second early elimination this evening, so we are expecting a little bit of a strong comeback, coming from the side of STE.
Yeah, it's been a really rough game so far, especially with the circle moving on directly over the north side. But all these early battles, a very surprising early ending for Alter Ego as well, being overwhelmed by ASI8. So far, South Asia teams, they are looking in really great form. While this time, plenty more trouble being used. This is the normal numbers that we're looking at. Yesterday was a whole lot lower. 280 is what is considered right now to be the highest out of all the matches to be played out, including Miramar. That is absolutely crazy. But right over on Mark Sleepy not only gets the most eliminations, but also the longest distance coverage for now. 100 perfect points for DRS sitting at the top. Now, dethrones HORAA Esports' position, but they're still within close proximity. It's 792 points for HORAA Esports. Alter Ego will cut in pretty closely. I say close, but it's still a 30-point gap between them as well as HORAA Esports. VOIN Donkey unmoved, but Vampire Esports with that level of consistency finds themselves 50 points tied in with BIGETRON Lights.
So at least we can see 18 Team Falcons, as mentioned a while ago, early elimination, but we are looking at 39 points here. Roy, I can see them not shying away from any situation or from any engagement contra, but they are not winning their fights, and they are still, at the bottom of the page here with 16 points, and it's a long way to go considering the fact that we are already at day number 2 of the grand finals here. So if we talk about like time, we don't have much of it.
Sure enough, and there's only maybe half of these matches remaining right after the next match. So speaking of which, we will go on a break and then we will hit the halfway point. So don't go everywhere because we're only taking a couple of minutes and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and out of nowhere we have a wild Pokemon that just appeared, and his name is Flava. Where did Red Queen Andy go? Of course, we'll just get her a little time to sort out with our internet mix-up. So that being said, of course, welcome back. It's only been like a day that I didn't really see your face, and yeah, I guess like you weren't so it was definitely a big surprise that you just joined.
Look,
yeah.
You can just say you missed me, all right? Contra, I think that would have been great.
Okay, I missed you, my guy. So, are you happy now?
Yeah, I guess I'm happy. Although it sounds a little bit forced and everything, but hey, everyone, I'm back again here, and of course, do not worry, do not fret. Red Queen is she's safe. I think. Yeah, she's in safe hands. But anyways, I do believe that we're going to be jumping into our third round here for the day itself. And production's already asking for our predictions over here. Contra, you lead the way in this one. What do you have in your mind?
Well, I have a whole lot on my mind because you throw me a little curveball, and I thought that Andy just transformed into a guy out of nowhere. Just kidding. But back towards our prediction, I think that it was a decent performance coming from a lot of all these teams. DRS, Lucky Sharp. I think that HORAA is still up there, so I'm going for HORAA Esports this time.
Oh yeah, I think the Nabali teams, despite them not showing face in the scrims, and they're definitely showing themselves really, really well here in the finals. But I'm going to be putting myself here on ASIA. I've already had a prediction on them before this during the scrims. They did not manage to raise up to the occasion. I do hope this will be their time to actually do so as well. Yeah, so I'm going to be locking in for ASIA here for this game number 3. And curious enough, I guess it does seem the prediction is our production team is going to be going with Alter Ego Aries here for this match.
Yeah, overall, it's been a really strong occasion for the side of Alter Ego. Just that last game, the prediction that you went for, ASIA, with Red Devil's crazy performance, they overwhelmed Alter Ego. So I think that there is definitely a solid chance where you might actually see these two actually lock in battle yet again. So predictions are being set. Maybe we need a little column for prediction for Andy as well. But, she'll definitely be watching the matches as well. So that being said, we'll be moving into our upcoming matches where there's only 2 more match of ERANGEL to be played out, as the Prior Chicken Dinner has been claimed by Alter Ego as well as DRS. And that round from DRS was absolutely crazy. 17th elimination, totaling up to 27 points, now finds them to be the team at the top.
I think just a while ago, as that was the main reason why they're not able to actually join us during the sprint segment anyway. So even after all that, they still have a lot to offer, and then jumping in straight to the finals, and they're able to actually pop off that hard. And I don't think that we saw that kind of performance when it comes to shootouts, when it comes to elimination points, what we saw in Scrim Day number 1 and 2. So I guess that this is the real deal. This is the one that everyone's looking forward to. It's we see some insane dominations by the Indonesian teams, but since everyone's having their game faces on, we're going to see some amazing performance by most of the teams. And of course, in a few short moments, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into ERANGEL match number 9 here for the grand finals. We've casted our predictions, and it'll be great if you guys let us know and let everyone tuning into the live stream know which teams you guys are cheering for, and make sure it's loud enough, because enough of the support, it is definitely something that teams would want. They want to know that their fans are out there, the supporters are there cheering on them, and it does seem that the flight path has been set over here for this match number 9 at ERANGEL. It's going to be traversing from the northwest side, northwest side all the way up to the east side of the map here. I think it's quite a nice cut here, starting more a little bit on the top side.
Yeah, this is a much better flight path as compared to the last game, where it was skewered very far towards the western end as well as the south, and then circle being all the way up north doesn't make things all too easy for all these teams to play out from. What's interesting though is that we finally get to see certain teams moving into the region of Zarki, RRQ Ryu. They want a safer passage to work around. Team Secret, they will take claim inside of North George once again. While the rest of the squads are still looking for their alternate locations, Falcons, usually when they don't get to move into Novorobnoye, they will be diving into Gaktel, which is what they're currently doing with their current spread. Alter Ego not too far off from FaZe Clan, so this has been the Western-centric area where we see a lot of all these potential early battles to be taking place in the moment. Well, there is still going to be that potential for that Lipovka fight between STE. Well, I wanted to say Alter Ego, but Alter Ego decided to, move all the way into the west. But we do see some casualties here. What's going on here with one member from the side of Vampire Esports dropping into the corner, challenging RRQ?
Yeah, I think this is the early team fights that we're looking. We look at two big teams here going up against one another. They do have a little bit of cover, but it does seem that one's going to be dropping down, and the first drop is going to be on Zooing in the hands of the nade being thrown by team members from Vampire Esports here. Not off to a good start, but still an opening for them to actually get back up on their feet. Vampire, they're going to kickstart this round of 9 with 3 team members, as Stone is down to the count here at this current moment. Tony K also low on health points. I do believe that he does not have any form of rejuvenation items over here. No med packs, no bandages to actually patch himself up. That means that he's going to be playing off with very, very low HP at the moment, and with hopes that he's able to actually grab his hands on some really good utilities for him to utilize while running away from the grasp of the opponents here team RRQ. And I do believe that there is a standoff here as everyone dissipates to other locations here in the map. I believe that they have disengaged themselves and not decided to fight, just continue on that fight.
Yeah, it's a really rare sight to actually see teams even battling by the corner of Zarki. This is the further stretch for the teams who will now have to find an area play. As the last I checked, this is a very southern-centric circle, also wrapping certain portions of the island. Therefore, it's a whole lot of work to do. Vampire Esports not really in the best of spots, but you already have some of the ASI members rotating their early. Lambo already caught one player out of ASI 8. So it's going to be Apex on the other side, getting a mark for Esports, while Paragon has been holding out the entirety of ASI 8. Gets taken down. So I'm sorry, Flava. You enjoyed it.
I knew that was coming. That was coming, but this Xavier shut it down real quick over here.
You brought the curse alongside with your arrival.
I didn't anticipate. When production asked for predictions, this is not what I meant. Just to be clear to everyone out there. But quite unfortunate, ASI 8 will be bowing out quite early here in this match number 9. There's still 50 more teams competing against one another, but I'm quite happy here as despite ERANGEL being quite a very, very big map, we do see a lot of early engagements. We do see HORAA is also a little bit in trouble as one of the team members is actually coming down for the count. Meanwhile, Alter Ego Esports, there's just something about this one particular Indonesian team where they do love bringing in the action towards their opponents, and they're having to shoot out against Team Falcons East. The newest member here in the team is down for the count. They also have a shot against their team members as well. 4 MV here at the current moment, and Dusty and the team are not looking too well for Team Falcon Esports, as 3 of the team members here, all of them are actually eliminated here from the competition.
Oh boy. I love all these early tradings, and it seems like DRS remains to be having their prime form. One member being knocked down, they should be getting themselves back into shape in a moment. But for Alter Ego, they're getting back on track as they have managed to win out that trade earlier. Find themselves a really great area to, at the very least, go in for a certain rotation. Newsy still landlocked inside Zarki. That's the reason why nobody really wants to play inside the city, because it's so tough to maneuver around. It almost feels like Chumasera of Miramar, where you have the high ground over the city, and there's also the lower ground. And apparently for Vampire Esports, there's not much of a space that they could actually maneuver around, especially with Fnatic's back end position. But the question now here remains, Are they really gonna hold each other by the zone for the entire time, or are they starting to make a move? Because this is going to be a very long journey up ahead for both RQ and VPE.
Oh yeah, one of them do have to make a move. Although right now the Blue Girl is only at stage 1, it doesn't hurt that bad. But I do believe that Vampire has it slightly better, as they do have a lot of cover. They can spend this time to actually just farm up more utilities for themselves, more regenerations. Whereas the team has RRQ on the outside perimeters, they have to make things work with whatever they have currently at the current moment. But the RRQ, the great thing about them is that they are actually having the stare down up against this area, which means that they can actually somewhat see the movements of what Vampire is actually making around this win. So they can actually think on when they want to decide to actually make any kind of movements. Tony K, he does have a sense that there is actually an individual or a player here from a team on that direction. But the team members of RQ are quite spread out, meaning that they can actually share information and have a good idea on where everyone is placed out.
Yeah, but the only problem is that Darky does not really spawn that many vehicles, so these teams might be locked into the region without any form of maneuver into the zone. So I guess that could be a threat for both sides of the party, because no matter how long will they want to hold out, or even if they win the trade, they will have a tough journey inbound, as we see a little bit of a glider action up in the air. Secret trying to take down the center of baseline, now looking to the waters, perhaps even hopping into it just to get a little bit more cover later on. Chop shots coming from inside of Team Secret, looking to claim that corner out there. Bunch of gliders are laying around the field side, as SOAS does get the catch over onto Meow Meow. So that's pretty much down for the count at this moment, and it's going to be the fight that continues. Tony K now gets taken down. One member side of RQ also gets knocked down. But it's not going to be an easy game for a lot of all these Thai squad, as you see a flaming glider on the hands of Mormon.
Oh yeah, he's gliding in style over here. The thing about this particular map that we're observing, right? I think nobody anticipated that the circle would just be all the way down south. We do know that right now, if you're one of the early teams making their way towards military base, you're in safe hands, because the maximum outline of the circle is within that area. So right now, it's everyone's curious to see where the circle will be leading on. Oh, it has got to be one of the worst case possibles for both teams, because it's still touching the I think it's still touching the military base side as well as the upper side as well. So the teams are trying to be on the safe side right now. So it could be dragged towards the north side. If it gets dragged to the south side, meaning that teams on the north side has to cross over the bridge right here. And the best option is definitely the bridge on the Novo side, on the right side, because the circle is still within that perimeter. But all that and more will be happening very soon on stage number 3. So here, DRS with 5 eliminations in their hands here at this current moment. STALWART Esports, they don't know this, but they do have eyesight on the team members of Team VOIN Donkey right outside of this area. Meanwhile, all this is happening. FaZe Clan is eliminated in 12th place, not being able to obtain any placement points over here. STALWART Esports goes for a little bit of spray and pray, not able to connect. It does connect a little bit, but not enough to actually take him down. Shows up in Napalm here on the top side. Screaming out. Does seem he's going to be charging upstairs. Is that really going to be the play here for him? Instead of disengaging, he knows that in terms of numbers, actually VOIN Donkey has it better, but he doesn't have a choice, right? As there's no support from his teammates.
A very tough fight here inside of Milta, but at least this region does have a little bit of zone coverage as in comparison to what FaZe Clan as well as RQ has been dealing with. Still by the edge of the map, by the way. They're not down and out just yet. Actually, speaking of which, I believe that RQ has already been taken out while we were focusing on to that mini-map.
Yes.
So that being said, we focus back onto STALWART Esports as they are holding out onto to this region, and they're making it difficult for teams to even journey into the island as well, as they've already gotten that coverage over the bridge. So this is a big struggle for everybody out there, while the rest of BTR, they're just gonna full set it, but the buggy flips in the worst of time. STALWART Esports sees an opportunity, but that's not much that Orgoy could be able to do right there. Break bows out to the play zone. As a matter of fact, I believe a lot of all these players are slowly succumbing to the wrath of the blue zone. So, BIGETRON Knights, they're definitely looking to get themselves pretty much safe into the area, but there is HORAA Esports waiting upon arrival. You have to book the hillside. Immediately, No Fear takes one off the list. Easy claim up against BTR.
Wow, I'm surprised that BIGETRON did manage to escape teams like STALWART Esports, DRS, VOIN Donkey on the other side, but HORAA was actually waiting for a team to actually cross over. But BIGETRON, instead of engaging together with HORAA Esports, they decide to go up straight towards the east side of the map. Just do not engage. They do not have good placement. They don't have good positionings here. So the best idea is just run away from all this, and it would be. And I think, although they're, I think Satarlas still managed to actually survive all that, although they're lacking in terms of team members here from BIGETRON. I think that's better than still being stuck over there on the other side together with STALWART Esports, DRS, and VOIN Donkey, because now they need to have a Mexican standoff, and which one of them will be able to actually run away from each other's grass and cross over that bridge and engage with. And they know this. There's another team on the other side, but they don't know that it's actually HORAA Esports waiting for a team to actually jump on over. Meanwhile, we're also looking at the other bridge on the west side. This is a battle between Alter Ego Ares up against Team D Xavier. D Xavier's waiting for Alter Ego to just cross over. Alter Ego doesn't have any choice because right now the blue circle is on them. It's stage 3. It packs a punch. So they need to either traverse through the road on the bridge or they can actually try to go under. But I would assume that D Xavier has these positions covered right now. Yeah, they're just waiting right now. Chwa's here. We have Leviso as well. This is going to be very, very tough as both teams have to move. And the first one making a move is going to be from Alter Ego. Storms right through there with the car.
We'll be swerving into a very far distance as the rest of Alter Ego will be able to seek out their position. The Saber decides to also go for a straight down up against Alpha, but he is trying to out there in the open. There's still members of Team Secret trying to make their passage across as they will eventually be spotted out. Great taps coming from the side of Max LV to deter some of all these hole coming in from the rest of the Savior. That opens up a little bit of that wiggle room. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they're only left with that one member remaining. So West quickly gets taken out upon arrival on that buggy, while Max LV goes in for an exchange. The battle between the Vietnamese sides, we'll see them eventually struggling by the corner of these blue zones, while taps are now being fired. Attack team duo from the side of Team Secret will be able to weather out Paragin for the meantime. So this hole from the side of the Savior, very risky approach, and it's not exactly paying off any form of dividends, especially now only one member remaining. That's to be level over this top side of the hill. Will actually make it too, as both sides are still trying to lock out the rest of Team Secret. Zone continues to close in further into the island while Team Secret will find a passage through. I'm not too sure if they will have the rest of them make the cut, but right now, Alliance has got the best of advantages as they've been there from the get-go. Over onto the far end of the eastern corner, it's a much better game for STALWART Esports.
Oh yeah, and things are not over yet as well. It does seem that Alliance will be engaging Vampire Esports here in a few short moments. And with all those trade-offs happening, Alter Ego Esports here eliminated with 4 elimination points in their hand. They had quite a rough battle for themselves. They had to run away from the East Bridge, making their way to a central area, but quite unfortunate, it's not going to be enough for them for this map number 9. Meanwhile, HORAA Esports throwing out some nades in the direction of STALWART Esports, so they have to be really careful. It does seem that No Fear will be bringing in the fight to them. It's going to be down on his knees here at this current moment. While all this is happening, Leviso is out for the count here in the hands of the play zone. Sky. No Fear is in a little bit of trouble because he doesn't have anyone nearby to actually pick him up. So he might have to sacrifice himself with here. While all this is happening, he's going to be giving information in regards to the positioning of the team members and stuff with Esports, it's not going to be that easy as smoke nades are being thrown here on the ground, preventing vision from one another. And while all that, I do believe that the shootout that we saw earlier, Contra, between Xavier and Team Secret has concluded, and Xavier will be coming up on top as Team Secret is eliminated. And meanwhile, down with Esports as well, here at 5 Lady Shimons in their hand, managed to get Malik and HORAA together with Sky, and HORAA Esports is going to bow out in 8th place. 1 elimination points and 1 placement points by being here in 8th.
A very difficult hole out. Well, we have so many more areas to play out. The rest of STALWART Esports remaining to be in firm control. Losing out that one member, now throws over onto the member of VOIN. Beautiful spray. That will flip the entirety of the squad. VOIN only managing one when the exchanges go through. Alliance, they've got the best spot possible. They are looking to zone out teams such as STALWART from advancing any further. SANHOK holding on to the other side while the rest of Alliance spreads out to try to eventually wipe away the rest of STALWART Esports. It's not going to be an easy task for SANHOK at all, as he's currently being the last remaining player standing for STE. Flags. Puffer fishing for the 11, while there is going to be nades to be sent right into the back of the rocks. SANHOK tries to dodge it, but it's only about a matter of time, as it will be GBOP that will show up over the back as the Lions absolutely dominates this zone. The Malaysian squad, this is that perfect game to actually seize a chicken dinner of their own, but now needing to deal with the rest of Euros as well that made their approach. Alongside with Roy Esports, currently holding them down, Chaman down, down. The YT struggling to also move in with the vehicle. Same goes to Roy Esports. It's been a very hectic ride into the app.
Oh yes, and of course they have to survive through a lot more armament here. The opponents, Dusty and the DRS, will be seeing Alliance here on the sideline. Shootouts happening at this current moment. Flags going up on the chase here. On Killer, but decides to take this towards the right side, swerve his vehicle. While all that is happening, it does seem that Starless has to pick out on Killer here at this moment. So far, as you mentioned, Alliance have had great positioning here in the game. They were not, they were within the circle for the longest time. They had short engagements here, but it does seem that Roy Esports managed to pick up one of the members here from Alliance. Roy still with the best case scenario here in the game. With 4 teams remaining, they have the most amount of players alive at this current moment. Udo Lions, or should I say Alliance, my apologies, currently in second with 3 players. Meanwhile, BIGETRON with 2 players left, and Xavier with 1. The C99, aka GBOP here. We've seen some remarkable plays from him before. We'll see if he's able to replicate back his amazing plays on yesterday's game. And that seems Toss has his aim set towards this particular building where 2 of the team members here. Ooh, the moment showed himself. Olio. The moment showed himself over there, Contra. He got picked off real fast. It was actually a crossfire from the top side and the lower side from Roy Esports. And we do know there's yet another member here from Alliance. And does seem, despite having such a great run here in this game, they have to bow out in 4th place.
Yeah, that was a really great angle coming from the side of Roy Esports, as they will take claim of that compound. BIGETRON Knights only left with 2 members. Now they see the entire squad of Roy Esports. Not that there is much for them to do from this angle other than try to fend them off for this current position. Pug by the corner of the tower, Sataro over the top side, while there is the rest of Roy, who is trailing right behind as they're hoping to close it up against those members of BTR eventually. And now it's between these 2 squads. I'm just really surprised that Alliance has gotten overwhelmed in this matchup, whereas this could very well be the comeback performance necessary for Roy Esports in this match. BTR only with 2 members, and this is everything to play for on the line for the side of Roy, as they are slowly wrapping around the edges. I believe that they should at least garner enough information of the current positions of these BTR members.
Oh yeah, and of course, these 2 teams right now, Roy looking very healthy, looking great here. And all they need to do is find the two team members from BIGETRON Knights, and they do spot him out based on the shootouts here. Lapar currently in trouble, but Dusty, he's able to actually get two of them from Roy. So from a 4v2 situation, they managed to cleanse it up. This might be an insane play here from Roy. Lapar still surviving through, making plays over here. They just need to seek out one more member from Roy Esports. It so happens to be Tusk. And they do find him. They do see where his position at. Starless on the outside perimeters. Lapar low on HP. Tusk tried to go for a little bit of shoot here, but it's a 2v1 situation. Tusk doesn't have much cover. Stuck on the walls. Tries to go for a shoot, and it does seem that this is going to be none other than BIGETRON Knights game here for match number 9.
They absolutely botched it. Like, I don't know how to tell you otherwise, because BIGETRON Knights is not supposed to take that win, but they did anyways. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, did Roy really not know where exactly these players are? Because they have 4 members. They were just going on separate vehicles, slowly getting picked up one after another. That is not how you want to play out the end game, but BIGETRON Knights, they take those wins irregardless. 6 points for the chicken dinner. This has been one of the most difficult circles that to be played out, where we saw many of these teams were playing from north side, and this circle went all the way into the island, making it a very difficult access. But overall, it has been pretty well on how that story ends, because Roy, I can't say that they got robbed, because they absolutely fumbled this one, where, you know, usually what do you do with 4 members, right? You crash the compound, you work together, they're all scattered, and that's why it made it a lot easier for BTR to go in for multiple punishment. So that said, you know, credit where credit is due. BTR, they definitely held out very well together, and I just can't imagine, you know, Roy, that was their perfect opportunity. They didn't have to throw that one away.
I totally agree with you on this. And the thing is, I don't blame Roy, because Lapar kind of popped off real hard, and he was just gone crazy. I mean, shooting off 2 of the team members left and right from Roy after clearing that up. So basically they get an upper hand in terms of team members. Also, shout out to BIGETRON, because they had a rough time here actually for this particular map, because they had to escape from 3 teams on the other side, on the east side just a while ago at the bridge, and then they went up against HORAA on the other end. So after all that, they only left with these remaining 2 team members, and they have to make do with what they have. So they managed to hold on to their placement here in the game, and yeah, grabbing themselves winner chicken dinner, compared to other teams who were already within the military base area. So they had, I think BIGETRON, they worked really hard to actually get this win. I think they did manage to actually grab a lot of elimination points for themselves. I believe that it was only 3, right? I think 3 from 2 of my apologies, 2 from Lapar and 1 from, I think, Celesta. So yeah, I think it's only 3, but yeah, grabbing that really good amount of placement points for themselves for a winner chicken dinner. And of course, our MVP over here from STALWART Esports. I can't read his name. If you guys can tell me how to pronounce or say the name, it'll be great. You drop him on the chat.
Well, I honestly aren't good in Chinese. I know those are Chinese characters.
Really? It's Chinese characters?
Yeah, like overall, but of course that's not his real IGN. But if you guys do know, of course you would be familiar with the player coming from STALWART Esports. But here we have it. It is 2 members of STALWART, with Sancho also being in the mix, while Max LV as well as Plus will be part of the equation, where we see a lot of all these Vietnamese teams, they get that early access, but they were trying to hold players over on the course of the bridge. Roy Esports was the only one safe to actually make the cut, but you know, they absolutely fumble. I don't know how to put it in other words, because that was a total of 7 points, and maybe even more to acquire. And to also correct you, there was a total of 6 elimination points, being backed by
Clearly, I
both
missed
Qatar
it.
as well. So that being said, D-Saber, they also walk away with 16 points, whereas it's been a very difficult stance for a lot of all these teams. A lot of players actually bow out of the play zone, which means that we don't get to see as many eliminations in this matchup as it's usually pretty natural when it comes down to how things play out in an island ending with not too many players cutting
The
across.
Poison was brutal though.
There we go. Here's the stats. Barely enough troubles to also be popped up, but Break has been impressive. He managed to get one of the longest shots possible with 376 kilometers of coverage. Or should I say meters?
Oh yeah.
Kilometers is a little too far of a stretch.
Yeah, yeah, that is actually quite insane. I think I think the one we had before was only at 400. But forget all that. This is the overall ranking after the conclusion of match number 9. DRS Gaming and HORAA Esports are currently holding on to that number 1 and number 2 spot, followed by Alter Ego Aries. BIGETRON Knights, after a splendid performance in match number 9, they went up 2 rankings from 6th to 4th. VOIN Donkey dropped from 4th to 5th. Vampire Esports also dropped from 5th to 6th over here. And of course, we do see some fluctuations happening here on page number 2. Xavier 9, Lions in 10th from Malaysia, Team Secret 11, FALCONS, Space Clan, Roaring Sports, Pubg Esports, and ASIA Esports.
That's right. There's definitely plenty more to play for. There is still a very tight race somewhere in the middle of pack, but Roy, sure they moved up, but that could have been them at 13 to not face kind of even further by claiming a chicken dinner. But you know, they definitely need to sort out some of all their team dynamics because that was a little bit sloppy. I would say I'm not gonna be too harsh on the teams, but it is what it is, right? From what we actually see in that sort of situation. When you have a full squad and you're only going up against 2 players, what do? You don't have to spread up, especially with only a few compounds. You can just rally through together. Even if you trade bodies, like it's almost impossible for 2 members to be able to do that much damage. So sure, Satar, they say he popped up, but I say he was given every chance possible to claim that chicken dinner. So that being said, we give them a little bit of break. When we come back, we'll move to our 4th match of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Caster's Desk. You're joining together with me. My name is Flava, and my good buddy over here, Contra. No, I'm not the Requiem imposter, but if you guys don't know this, you guys are really tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions by Ruthless Esports, the grand final segment, day number 2. And hopefully you guys having an amazing time. Contra, are you having an amazing time after witnessing that match for number 9?
You know, I have very mixed feelings about that last match, especially how it all ended in such a peculiar manner. You know, I guess that goes to show that Roy Esports still have a lot of work to do to really get into a clean act for them to really secure a chicken dinner of their own. But at least it's a decent recovery for a lot of the teams. So now we go into predictions, ladies and gents, as we will play our final round of ERANGEL before moving into Miramar. You know, as always, I let you start first, Flava, since, you know, you joined in earlier, you picked ASI 8. So what's the next team that you're about to select?
All right, they say beautiful people go first. I'm gonna go with BIGETRON Knights for this. The thing is, I do understand, you know, sometimes it's kind of tough when the team's already gotten themselves hands with a chicken dinner already. But after that spectacular performance, I do believe that if they can actually pull that off with a lack of team member, when it comes to that engagement up against Roy Esports, they could perform really, really well when they have a full squad approaching the last few segments of the map itself. And since we're still playing ERANGEL, so I think that, yeah, I'm going to bank in on them on this Contra. How about you, man?
Well, I'm definitely thinking pretty hard right here, and I'm also looking at another couple of squads out there potentially getting this one. I'm saying that it could still be a very DRS-centric game. We'll see about that, as DRS is going to be my pick getting to this match.
Oh, that's a very strong choice over there. And of course, they are up there in the rankings as well after the conclusion of post-game match number 9. I do get it as well, and it does seem that, yeah, production is going with HORAA. We were definitely going for the top teams here in the competition. Of course, I didn't pick the team out of the people. Yes. I have to say that I'm very much entertained with how Alter Ego played things out here. Not just based on what we witnessed here on the final segment, but it does seem that they are kind of running whatever they ran in the Scrim segment. They like to play aggressive. They're not scared to go up against big teams. And there are times where they do fall off real hard. But most of the time, I would say that if you were to ratio things off, they are actually on the positive side of things as well. It does reflect on their placement in the competition as well. So yeah, they're wrapping the benefit. They do have big confidence on their firepower and their decision making when they want to approach certain things here in the map.
True enough, and overall, it's all about getting into a very consistent form. Whereas we see some slip-ups here and there, but you know, the past couple of ERANGEL matches has had very difficult areas to play out. So I don't really want to fault anybody out there, but you know, they just really got to take certain chances out there available and play, especially when you see why exactly do certain teams spend so much time on the blue zone. That's also because like certain situations, you know that you're not going to get by safely. Even if you do arrive into the zone, you don't have that full intel to work with. So may as well you take the fights against the enemies that is within sight than to actually go out with 0 points. So I guess that is the kind of mindset that we have coming from majority of these teams who, you know, are fighting tooth and nail for every single drop of points that's currently available at play. Therefore, we'll definitely will see a whole lot more if they were put into another difficult stance, just like what we saw earlier with at least half of the lobby battling in blue zones.
Oh yeah, that's true. I have to equal you on that because the thing is, the situation just doesn't allow you to be in, you know, I think it's either you're on lockdown where there's a team that is stopping you from proceeding forward and you have to find ways to will yourself out, or probably, you know what, you just have to hold it out as long as you can if you're still in the early stages of the circle and stuff. It's a very situational kind of thing. But talking about that, also want to highlight the thing about how luck is literally not really an excuse based on how BIGETRON actually played out on that particular game itself. But this doesn't apply to everyone, you know. Sometimes I get it. I'm not saying that luck is not a factor, but I'm guessing that sometimes you have to make do with whatever cards that you're being dealt with. That's definitely what Bigetron Knights have actually displayed to us in that particular game. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the grand finals, match number 10. This is going to be our third time here together with ERANGEL. Hopefully you guys are excited as we are currently looking at the flight path quite rare here from south to north over here for Night of Champions.
Well, as much as it's rare, this was played out in the very first map of ERANGEL before you just joined in. Literally the same flight path, which end up over north side of the region. Yeah, so this is not going to be favoring HORAA Esports because they like to drop into Yasnaya. So we might actually see a little bit of a contest going on. Certain teams who are, Eastern centric, they also will find a little bit of struggle. So we'll see perhaps a very different passage. This either allows some of the members of Falcons to move into Nova or directly into Gatka, where it could potentially play out to be a decent field day out in South Gatka, which we haven't really seen a lot of teams do exactly that. Now, the question is, are we still going to get that Zarki battle? Because I see this ending up in Zarki, but I think that there is a decent access into South George, North George as well, where we will get to see RRQ, Team Secret to be around those corners of the map. So the Western region, I'll expect a lot more of these early fights to take place once again. Whereas, decent start for some of the names out there. STE now battling for those vehicles alongside with VOIN Donkey. DX directly in the center of the field, so it will be pretty much a decent shape of form. And this will be at least a kinder circle alongside with the flight path. But I'm still thinking that a lot of these teams, they're looking for those loots before they journey their way back into Gatka, or even some of the areas to play out like Primos, as well as some portions of that. But oh my goodness, we're already going in for a brawl, and it's a knife to the back that sends that member of Alliance down the ground. But there is a scorpion in the hand, so that's gonna be a spray down, and the top player of the last match now getting sprayed through. Whatever they get their hands on, they make do with it to haul in the points. But with the rest of the rival STALWART Esports coming to party, Alliance is not really in a good shape to fight.
Oh yeah, a little bit too late that we saved the survivor. Unfortunately, Olio gets picked up here. Meanwhile, it's going to be Leon's also getting picked off in the hands of STALWART Esports. Two-man down here by Alliance, not off to a good start. They lose out in the shootout. They also lose out in the fist brawl between one another. And yeah, this guy's still alive. Yeah, still alive over here. And I guess they're scavenging for it because I think they do realize that the other members of Team Lions is not within the premises there. Yeah, they've already cleared up the building anyways. Yeah, so Flax gonna make his escape. Quite unfortunate for Olio because Olio didn't actually play in the first 2-day scrims. So once he appears here, he had an early bow out in the early engagement of Alliance in ERANGEL, batch 9, and this time about also being the first to actually be out as well. So yeah, quite unfortunate for him. On this battle still continues. Speaking of which, when we talk about the map here, yes, the PUBG Mobile gods have been very, very nice today, as they do let the circle be within the flight path itself. And I do have to say that it's not really south to north anyways, just like you mentioned, Contra. It's leading more towards on the left side, on the west side here, on the north side. Yes, I guess everyone's going to be pushed towards the left side of the map here. Meanwhile, Alter Ego Ares still looking fresh on their end. They're currently in third place here with 66 points. They have to do a little bit of catch up, and they're currently tied together with BIGETRON on third and fourth place.
We might actually see a little bit more of that skirmish in between these two Indonesian squads. RRQ versus BIGETRON has always been the classic, as that fight does take place inside of Zarki, a very odd location for BTR to drop. This is going to be the alternate spot as they try to take over this position where the last we saw was Vampire Esports challenging this city. Something of a rare occasion where we don't always see in tournaments where teams are really vying for this spot. BIGETRON now landlocked the rest of RQ, doing exactly the same like what RQ did to Vampire Esports at the start. Once again, a member over onto the sniper's nest, or should I just say a small little tower, watchtower from the holdout. Snape, he can't afford to actually take any form of peek as it Billy jumps off, gets picked off by Satar. Beautiful timing as he managed to eventually take claim of that. Now, so I'll be looking for a whole lot more up against the rest of RQ in the city.
Yeah, I think the thing about Victoria, he didn't even had a really good angle because you're looking from low ground to high ground. I think it's very easy for him to actually just make his way away from the watchtower. And meanwhile, here, BIGETRON Knights is actually throwing up nades upon no mercy. Here, they do spot him out. Of course, we do have Crossfire here and zooming on the sides in a different building altogether, but was not able to connect, or should I say, not enough connection to actually take down any of the members of BIGETRON Knights here at this particular moment. So it's going to be a battle for territory in between these two big teams from Indonesia. Two enter the premises, one will come out alive. Who will it be? It does seem that none of them decides to disengage from this. These two teams are ready to decide who's going to be holding on to this particular area, Contra.
They are now going into close proximity skirmishes where Gobush has been holding out on these angles. He might be able to be onto something. And only spots out that member, but that nade perfectly lobbed as Satar predicted him to be a body staircase. These players absolutely do know their angles, and right now only one member left standing in the way. RQ Ryu absolutely overwhelmed. Will be flushed off the city and will take no points. BTR. Solid 4-pointer to kick things off, and now the whole region is within their grasp. All they have to do is now find a couple of vehicles to rotate over from. And take a look at Vampire Esports. They're holding over on the north side. Or could this actually be part of Gatka? It looks a lot more like Gatka to me. ASI now drives through, gets spotted out by Newsy. Newsy so far hasn't had his pop-off moments just yet, but once the rest of the members of Vampire Esports sees a top 5 finish, their chances of really securing a chicken dinner has always been sky high. Well, we see a flip coming from Troy, the worst of time, arriving into a difficult spot up against the rest of Base Guy members. This is going to be a full flush, trying to crash the gates of this defensive hold from the rest of Base Clan. Nate's now being exchanged. The rest of these members of the X opens the doorway and Billy gets himself on fire. A little bit of plunder going in as it goes in a chaotic fashion. Levi now bringing in all these VPS shots, and the rest of FaZe Clan now wraps around the back, tries to hunker down. He spots the member just running towards his corner. Levi's, he will now look for an opening and a push towards the top floor while Fate tries to actually hold out. He does get the exchange done. Down to a 1 versus 1, and they will make the cut. DX falling short, but I believe there's another team that have just arrived to the center.
Oh yeah, and it's not done yet already. And of course here, ASI8, it does look like they are going to be approaching this building where Vampire Esports reside. We do have Stone in the outside. We have Tony K on the inside perimeters. Newsy nowhere to be seen here at the moment. Probably getting a different angle towards the outside. So we're not sure here at the moment. From what we can see, yes, 2 team members over here. So they're actually on the other side here, Contra. So if they do engage, it's going to be a 2v4 battle over here. And here we go. It does seem that they're able to actually get one of them here at this moment. We're also looking at a different fight altogether. Roy Esports up against Alter Ego Aries. We're back again here at a battle between ASI8 against Vampire Esports. Vampires already made their exit. So by the time ASI8 arrives, it's a little bit too late already. But Stone is left all alone over here. Meanwhile, we see 20K there on the ground as well. It's going to be a 2-man down from Vampire Esports. While the other 2, Shreps and Newsy, should be the other one. Newsy's actually nearby, but I don't think that this is a very advantageous position for him. The nade does connect, not enough to take down Newsy. But ASI does have the high ground advantage compared to Newsy's positioning, so it has to be really, really careful. Shreps is making movement, but Naki does spot it out, and they're going to make a move of their own here at this moment upon them. What's going to be the here from Shreds? I do believe that he's not going to be able to make his way too far. Gets off of the vehicle. Sees on Victor. It's going to be enough. Should get to the face here, but he's going to go down as well. 1-to-1 trade-off here between Vampire Esports up against ASI8. ASI8 will be the ones eliminating Vampire Esports.
And they do it in a rather clean fashion as well. That's how you actually take fights as compared to what we saw earlier on. Meanwhile, Team Falcons will actually spot more of these teams swarming over the west side. VOIN now going for a push up against the entire squad of Alter Ego. He's doing it all alone, but will be joined by the rest of the party of VOIN. Bait nades now being cooked up. This could actually find the mark, as it does actually chip some of the health bars. They are all relying on smoke inside of this bowl to try to hold on for the moment. But with this effective push, Razak now closes in as well. They do find a little bit more damage to be done here, but Bushu slowly closes distance, lobs one close nade into the angle, almost dropping out Vexy as well. Now, a couple of all these tosses as Razak tries to actually pull back. They know that this is going to be a very dangerous fight if they were to actually commit. The rest of Alter Ego will hunker down on that position. Razak's vehicle already smoking up. Falls all the way back, but there are more teams also journeying the way. It's going to be Fearless from STE that actually scores that takedown. DRS also got involved to take down the rest of STE. Remember, Sancher immediately getting removed from play.
Oh, man. DRS getting cleared out here. But Stalwart Esports managed to spot him out as well. There's a little bit of cover coming out from Killer. So this is just suppressing fire, just to ensure that Stalwart Esports does not clear his teammates out. This could be just a bait. Sleepy is got in the position in the premises. We have another on the other side as well. And I think there is no escape coming on from here over here. He still managed to do for a little bit of shootout. He got Sleepy though. This could be an insane clutch nade being thrown, not connecting to him. It does know there's another member up here. Decides to actually go in for a finish. Up upon Chama. Stalwart Esports does grab them hands on the 5 elimination points, but does seem that things are looking dire for them as Urgoy and Fearless is gonna get drops here. Look at this amazing play. DRS, they looked like they were in trouble. One of the team members was actually in open space with just having a vehicle and one of the big boulders on an open space just for cover, but they did manage to actually somehow survive all this. Left out with only one team member here from Stalwart Esports. He's holding on to their life, making it hit, but unfortunately gets picked off here in hands of 4 MVs. Ruthless and Stalwart Esports will bow out with 5 elimination points in 13 plays.
That was a rupture of a battle, and it really was a tough one for members of Stalwart Esports. They were caught in between the rotation and had to actually force that form of play. Sees themselves barely with any cover to play out from. So DRS, they come in with the big upper hand. They lost one in the process. Sleepy taking out their main fragger. Pretty unfortunate stuff. Flax holding out inside the compound. Alter Ego Ares now shares it with some of all these visitors coming in from VOIN Donkey at the very same time. So they're just going to be quiet neighbors until it gets a little bit noisier while the circle is still around that region of Gatka. Stage 3 slowly closing out within a minute's time. So Tar now adds 5 points to the tally for the rest of BTR. Team Falcons, they have a really great spot to hold out. I don't see any reason why they actually need to make any further moves other than that. Lapar also clearing over onto from the north all the way down into the rim of the circle, as the rest of Team Secret, they're looking to be struggling as they are being slowly peppered with these bullets on these vehicles, while the rest of BIGETRON Knights, they will follow suit. They have trailed Team Secret into the compound, and they're definitely interested to go in for an invade. They just have to go into rally all together, but they will still respect the amount of firepower that Team Secret has with these 2 members, because you cannot just underestimate what Team Secret has brought, especially back in the scrims. Team Secret have been looking rather good. So we'll see an update to the circle in a short bit to see who exactly does this favor. I would still say it will be pretty much center-centric, which will benefit members of Alter Ego at the moment.
And you are right for that as well. It is very center-centric over here. Having teams like Alter Ego, FaZe, Roy, Falcon, Esports, and Team Secret together alliance within the parameters over here. It's not that hard for most of the teams to make their way towards the current circle at this current moment. Meanwhile, we're also looking at 4 Miracle Bites. We haven't seen much action happening from them at this particular map, but we do see a third-party shots from them just a while ago upon STALWART Esports. I guess single pick up from them right here. They've already grasped themselves with 2 elimination points at this moment, and with 11 teams remaining, still not being able to actually have it or a team any placement points yet as for now, unless you see 3 teams eliminated. Meanwhile, DOK, we might have missed on this. They didn't manage to get their hands on Killer from DRS. But where is he right now? Ooh, gets shot from the side here. DOK, just a while ago, managed to spot one of the team members from Team DRS, and you'll probably see a little bit of movement on the right side. He has to be careful because there was shooting coming from the west direction. Tried to go for a spray on the vehicle. It's not enough just to clear out the player inside. 4 Miracle Bites making a way to the other side here. Now it's a huge plane here, Contra. So like you have to be really careful. There's not much cover going on for 4 Miracle Bites other than the terrains, other than the trees. There's not much rocks here on the segment as well. Here comes the hit and run coming on from DRS. Managed to connect, but it's a 1-to-1 trade-off here in between these 2 teams. Who will come out on top? DOK cooks up the nade. Gonna get a little bit cover here from the smoke grenade. We do a drop. Or not enough here, Contra.
He's going for the right push up against Sleepy. It seems like Sleepy is still alive. I thought that he got taken out earlier on. But here comes good Molotovs, but he will just go in for the jump shots right now. And it is going to be Sleepy that is slightly quicker on the assault. Almost hitting the mark. Sleepy almost get ran over. And on the second time, he will be taken out. 4 Miracle Vibes will overwhelm DRS. That was a decent last stand. Doc will be able to at least take this ground control over onto the eastern corner map. 4 Miracle Vibes absolutely showing up here to this occasion on match 10. And there's definitely plenty more to play for. Meanwhile, there's plenty more space now open up. HORAA Esports will take note of the position of those 4 MV players who are currently sitting over onto the lower ridge. Big Nate's now being primed right in. Roy Esports now trading back for Fallock! Oh, Fallock! Perfect Kobe into that Shaq. Give him that 3-pointer.
Do not mess with Fallock. He is a grenade master. Remember, guys, and he has shown to us why he's given such an award here. That was just insane play by Fallock Shear. Grenade master there at PMSL, the recent PMSL Fall 2024. That's showing us what he's got over here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, also be looking at the next circle over here. Also very centric at the moment here. So Sutton puts most of the teams already on the inside perimeters. Meanwhile, GK getting himself on the outside of the building. Let's go a little bit of shootout. One of the team members here, Leons, is actually just outside here from Team BIGETRON. Really careful. He's trying to get cover. He's trying to body block some of the shots here from GK. But that's going to be enough over here. Meanwhile, Falcons action cleared out. Break from Team Secret. This moment.
Now, it's just them sandwiched in between the rest of Team Falcons, preying upon them as well. Both BTR as well as Team Secret weakened up, only having a couple of members remaining there. Going for that full set into the Shack. GK with 1 HP left. How much more can he do? He will be able to get that knock. Looking for another one, but the further he goes, he will be moving into the territory of the rest of Team Falcons. Barely any space left, but he will be able to heal up for now. A big wraparound coming in from these corners, and I believe that there is going to be a time for them to go for reset. Goes for the drop once again. Now, Jiki, he is making wonders happen. He does not have any patrols left, and he will be taken down the list. But damage has been struck up against these members of BIGETRON, despite getting that win. They got those 7 points, but it definitely was a little bit daunting This could be HORAA's Esports' turn to go in for the rush. This is just going to be them pulling out. And here comes Falcons. They have arrived just in the nick of time.
Oh yeah, I see from Falcon. Mackenzie happened up here. Was dominating towards BIGETRON's direction, but still kind of undercooked that one. Was not able to actually hit off on anyone. Meanwhile, action, breaking on the action and jumping into the neighboring building here. Trying to make something happen. Throws in the nade. Oh, it does connect. I see he is off on Starless and action. Throwing on a nade, connecting here on BIGETRON, and that's going to clear them up. Meanwhile, also looking at No Fear from HORAA and Sky here is currently on the outside perimeter of the circle. For Miracle Vibes, we've seen them doing some amazing plays earlier on, but they've had a little bit of cover for themselves. They're actually just hugging an outside perimeter as well, so they need to have the shootout up against ASI8 as they're trying to screen them up, but one of the team members from ASI8 is already on the inside, so this could provide them with a really nice crossfire advantage for ASI8, but we'll see how it goes because 4 Microbyte is actually on the high ground here. So DOK is checking on his 3 o'clock just in case if any of the team members or other teams do have an angle on him. Meanwhile here, Apex for MB on the high ground, goes over a shot, managed to get his hands on Hans. Meanwhile, not to up on Rosemary then. Apex gets another. It's going to be in Void here. Rosemary goes down as well, but this time it's not going to be them. It's going to be here in the hands of HORAA Esports, a third-party shootout here. And Alter Ego, they don't have a choice because they're kind of in a pinch here from low ground going up to such a steep high ground, Contra.
Yeah, it is the power of the P90 at play for Apex. Managing to stash away those 2 corners up against an ongoing rush from Alter Ego Ares. Not really the best of position to challenge coming in from a low ground. While Doc now limping towards Apex to get a little bit of recovery as ASIA, they're definitely trolling from behind, trying to eventually overwhelm these targets for Microbots, but they still have Baron watching over from the observatory. This is going to be a decent hole, especially having the pound to work with, but Red Devil have already spotted him. Still played by the Rich, though. So Red Devil, they are just hoping to slowly zone off the rest of 4 Miracle Bots because they're not exactly in the zone just yet. Leaving up from that high ground is going to be a little bit difficult, but they are definitely on those wheels to eventually maneuver around. So they're going for the wide wrap further down over in the eastern quarter map. And eventually, the further they go, they will find themselves bunched up against other teams over on the north side. Team Falcons for MV. This seems to be a South Asia affair between the top 4. And of course, the Mongolian squads have been able to thrive every step of the way. And your prediction might actually be fruitful going into this battle, moving into the top 4. Now, long-range fights taking place. HORAA still bunched up inside the compounds. A little bit of bumper car right for Victor, as well as I see all of them on wheels. Meanwhile, Top joins him from the back. Balak holding in that deep angle as well. This could go really quickly on how these fights could actually end up, but it's going to be a very technical play. Falcons now looking for a little bit of region, pushing Balak with that grenade. Here comes Victor yet again, trying to really find that opening up against IC. The nades are being primed in. Just chips away. It's a little bit of that health bar, but this is going to be the reliance on smoke. Falcon barely has a choice. They have to find a deep dive here. IC already taken out, only down to 2 members standing in the way for the Falcons.
I think that was a bad position there for Balak. He couldn't do much. Victor was literally on his phone. He kind of looked like a crossfire, but because of the grade, it gave a huge advantage for the opponents on that quantity of playground here. Meanwhile, for Murders from Falcon, I think he couldn't gauge well on the distance between him as well as for MB here at the moment. You see lots and lots of smoke, but yeah, still no idea on where the current placements of the team members from 4MB at the moment. HORAA looking quite confident over here because they do have really nice cover within the building. There's no reason for them to actually make any form of movements as they're currently within the circle here at the moment. So Falcons getting a shot shootout. I do believe HORAA are the ones shooting on him. Meanwhile, Pubg is already back on his toes. Throwed up some nades towards Falcon's direction. Doesn't connect yet at the moment. Not really an ideal position. Pubg on his knees for the second time here, based on what we're seeing. Action also down here, getting hit by the palm by Pubg.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt. And you have to remember, despite it, I mean, other team members from SI8 can also throw nades really, really well. It just shows here no fear, just securing that kill for ASI8, making it 3 teams left here. The final 3 on this match number 10.
This is the first time we get an ending inside the Swamp after a very long tussle. Now it's going to be a very decent holdout for HORAA Esports. You have all 4 members standing. Pubg still playing by that tiny little ditch that he has. It's not going to be looking so good as the rest of 4MV is also coming in from the back to get the angle straight, and that will be all these members slowly withered down. Pubg still standing in the way though. So that is going to be another nade being primed into position. He's got barely any space. 4MV will secure it. Now the battle will continue with our top 2 teams, HORAA versus 4MV right now. I would say there is the upper hand for FALCONS in the form of zone control, but for the rest of HORAA Esports, they still have the numbers strength with them at the moment. Zone pressure coming right in, and there are nades after nades coming from inside of Baron. And at least he does have a hunch on how Baron's playing by the rim of the circle. So they could just slowly assess the situation, because the problem for HORAA Esports is that they need to descend from this opening of a ridge. So for MV, they've got some clear view on how to take on HORAA.
Oh yeah, there's no rush. There's still a little bit of time before they need to make their move over here. It does seem they've done it on the sides with the vehicles here, so they're quite spread out. So 2 members on the other side, and they have 2 on the other. Trying from HORAA here. 4MV try to play the same as well. So DOK and Apex on the other side of the swamp. The small ridge over there separating between them and their other 2 members as well. Does seem that Sky has got themselves a little bit of foothold for them, and this time it's going to be siding towards HORAA instead. 4MV are the ones who has to make a move here, as the circle is siding towards HORAA at this moment. And remember, HORAA has more team members. It's a 4v3 situation, I believe, at this moment.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 4v3. Yeah. They've secured at least a minimum of 6 points just by being here in second place. Just by being the top 2, but of course that's not what they want, and that's definitely not what they need over here. Contra, they definitely want that winner chicken dinner. 4MV, so the 2 team members from the other side of Swamp have to jump over to the other side. Shouldn't be no biggie over here, but the thing about HORAA is that they do have much better cover. We'll see how they're going to approach this. Somehow it looked like 4MV is trying to screen out team members of HORAA from making any movements forward as for now.
Yeah, patience absolutely paid off for the rest of HORAA Esports. At least they play off that contact that they had up against no fear, which is why they're putting that pressure over onto that flank side. While HORAA Esports creates a bunker out of these vehicles. Barely any spacing left for the side of FALCONS. But the good thing about this area is that there is plenty of ridges around the swamp for them to actually play through. Beautiful shots connecting, but not enough to eventually take down Sky. But they do get a spray through the smoke to actually find an opening up against Apex. Now the rest of these members of 4MV bunched up, one behind the wheel, another by the other corner. So it's really down to how they will be able to look for a pick-off. Smoke's now being popped right in. The rest of HORAA Esports can confidently go in for the push right now, as they're still respecting a little bit of that space, just lobbing nades after grenades. Damage chipped away over us out of the Doctor, while there is going to be an overwhelming strength of nades, none of them connecting for the time being. A very difficult zone, as Baron as well as Doctor will have to eventually journey their way into the final stage directly in the center. Now they finally get a catch. It's going to be on Baron. Doctor is going to be the last one standing. Well, he will have to fight away for his very dear life as HORAA Esports claims the chicken dinner once more.
Wow. And to top up all that, 10 elimination points for them, 10 placement points. That is just insane for this match number 10. Hey, that's 10. Yeah, I think that was pure coincidence over here. Contra, but splendid play coming up from them. They had a huge advantage coming into the top two, as it was a 4v2 situation already, and they were just playing the Nate War, but there's a limit to how much they can play out. It so happens in the last few, it was able to connect, but it was a 1-to-1 trade-off, and they went in for the finish, knowing that they have 3 team members compared to the opponents having only one for 4MB. Insane plays coming on from them. Here we're looking at some of the stats as well for team stats. The damage been dished out. Most coming up from them is definitely from Mr. Boro. And the damage being taken out, Sky, yeah, 352 over here. Yeah, he's just tanking up for the team.
That's right. Overall, it's been looking really, really strong for to eventually catch up to DRS. It's been a very tough battle for most of all these teams inside of the Swamp area of play, where we saw a lot of them really got bunched up into the regions of Gatka, and those trades didn't exactly go in anyone's favor, where the rest of HORAA Esports, they've been very proficient on their approach on securing this chicken there, where they know that the zone is really reliant on how the zone actually ships. So for Miracle Vibes, initially they find themselves a couple of advantages, but quickly enough, the tides have turned up against them, but they put on a show. SI had also shown up really huge into this manner of match, as they backed in quite a hefty amount of points. Same goes to Alter Ego, that has been able to thrive. Taking an early approach into Gatka definitely gave them a lot of points to really seize in this matchup. So that being said, overall, we've seen a lot of all these fights, but the head-to-head between 4Miracle Vibes, we constantly see 4Miracle Vibes going for challenge after challenge, and they will have the same amount of takedowns. It's just the difference of damage numbers, because Doc have been exceptional in all these fights.
Oh yeah, I have to agree on this as well. And the thing about HORAA is that I just want to highlight on the heals. I believe that they dropped quite a number of times. I think they were just stretching out their survivability here as much as they can. Of course, shout out to BIGETRON Knights Starless for being MVP over here. 5 elimination points, 599 damage being dished out alone by himself to survive a time of 18 minutes here in this match number 10. Kudos to him on this. I do believe that everyone's going to be curious on this. The top performance here for the match, beyond Satarlas, you also have Mr. Boro with 4 elimination points. We have VOIN from Alter Ego Aries with 3, together with Doc here from 4MB with 3 as well. The only thing separating between them is the amount of damage being dished out, as VOIN has it slightly better.
Yeah, overall, we've seen, of course, fantastic performances coming from all these individuals. Satar today has been on point, or should I even say the entire course has determined so far. This is going to be a massive haul of 20 corners being gained. Meanwhile, for some of the members of DRS, of course, they have put a decent record, but only gotten 4 points. So that number 1 spot is being heavily contested once more, with HORAA's efforts sure to claim that 10 elimination points. Therefore, I believe that HORAA should be rising back into that number 1 spot later when we check out these standings. While we take a look at the rest of the pack, they have definitely had a decent distribution of points. I was just surprised to actually see some struggles coming in from, RQ Ryu for the entire course of the day. Dropping into Zarki isn't exactly the easiest place to play out, so I think that, just my opinion, I feel like as a commentator watching all these players play Zarki, it's a very difficult spot to play, so especially to contest. So I hope that they will look for different alternatives. Well, we take a look at all these stats, a higher number of throwables being used into this match, considering that how technical it was on how difficult for them to actually hold things out. So right now, it's barely just 2 points where HORAA gets to overtake to reclaim that number 1 spot, while 4Miracle Vibes surges into the top 5 position, pushing down VOIN to Anki a spot alongside with Vampire Esports and the Savior. They're also making that climb, now moving into the first page.
Oh yeah, and of course, quite a big gap here in between the two teams here from about the HORAA and DRS over here. Meanwhile, also looking at the second place, Team Falcon has rise 3 rankings here and placed themselves from 12th to 9th place. RQ View dropped from first place to second here, currently in 10. Alliance dropping slightly more as well from 10 to 11 here at this current moment. There's not much of a gap in between the second page teams, I would say. So a single swoop of getting a winner chicken dinner and just performing well in terms of elimination points should be able to actually get them to a much higher spot here in the page, or probably get themselves to the other page already. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes match number 10, which means that Contra will still have 2 more matches to be played before we end our day here for the grand finals day number 2. What an exciting match we've seen so far. I do believe that everyone is well entertained, and hopefully the teams that you guys are rooting for is doing exceptionally well over here. If they're not, do not fret, do not worry, because today is only day number 2. We still have a lot more to be shown in the next remaining 2 matches, and tomorrow day number 3. But before we see and jump into match number 11, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
back. Night of Champions. This is day 2, and we're down to our final 2 games of our second day of the finals. Tomorrow, it is absolutely going to be the full hurdle, but this is definitely crunch time for all the teams out there looking to take a spot up over on the top of the podium. Right now, HORAA Esports reclaims it after securing the chicken dinner. They're only 2 points up ahead DRS, so this battle continues between the two, the Nepali side, where we also have the rest of Southeast Asia. The Mongolians are also thriving. We see 4 Miracle Vibes now moving into a top 5 position after that round. They are definitely vying for their chances here, but there's definitely a whole lot to be done. Flava, that match, it was very technical, where we finally get to see maybe more battles taking place inside of ERANGEL, because the past matches, it's been very, very difficult on how the circle is played out, but now a lot more reason to at least be whole with a lot more fights heading into Miramar. Now, moving into Miramar, this is definitely going to be a lot more interesting on how teams actually play this one out. And, I haven't really voted for any Indonesian teams so far. I believe that, well, I actually did vote for Arturiu, but, it's been tough. I'm guessing that it could very well be another good BIGETRON game.
I'm going to go with Alter Ego. Yeah, Alter Ego Ares. Knowing it's going to be Miramar, they have good firepower, and, the moment they get space, the moment they get good vision, and knowing how aggressive they like to play, and I think they're going to be the team who's going to be bagging this end. Hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll see. Although we did not manage to see any Southeast Asia teams appearing in the top 4 in the recent ERANGEL match, but this is a different map altogether, so I'm curious to see how this will transpire. And I do see here that, yeah, so we're just waiting for productions. I believe that you predicted
BTR?
BTR, right? So BTR for me, Alter Ego, BTR for Contra, Alter Ego for me, and guess we're waiting on productions. And I think so far we see two Southeast Asia teams, or should I say 2 Indonesian teams, being here and predictions. For those who are currently tuning in to the live stream as well, do let us know which team you guys are cheering for. We're curious to know, we're dying to know which teams that you guys are rooting for, and we'll see whether or not they do perform as well as you won here in this game. And 4 Miracle Vibes, interesting and a very unique choice. They did perform very well in the recent matches, and they are your back-to-back PMSL South Asia Fall as well as Spring Champions. So yeah, I do get it. Quite a strong prediction.
That's right, and overall 4 Miracle Vibes will continue to impress us, especially now that we see Doc is currently in a really good form. So I do believe that there are plenty of chances for 4 Miracle Vibes to make that climb upwards. So heading to Miramar, I really want to see have they been able to withstand the heat, because the pressure is on some of all these teams right now, where there are plenty of points to even chase up to HORAA Esports or even some of the members of DRS. Therefore, teams will really have to start looking at taking either a lot of fights or gaining chicken dinners to actually have that equal footing up against those currently at the top. Sure, we still love all these top 3 teams up there on the board. It's just that, every game we try to vote for something a little bit different, so that we still see maybe some really good chances coming in from all these teams. So hoping you guys will be able to put in your own votes as well. I know that in the chat there's definitely a whole lot of fans coming in from the South Asia region, and also some watching coming from Southeast Asia. Of course, big shout out to all of you guys, as we still have these 2 matches underway. So I believe that we'll be starting really, really shortly. The last couple of times that we've seen inside of Miramar, there's plenty of battles taking place. I would argue even more as compared to what we had back in ERANGEL. So there are definitely some disputes to be settled, especially inside of Hokkaido. That's where we get to see some battles taking shape or form, whether it's Vampire Esports or even some of the members of a FAZE clan, and eventually even more names to go. I wonder how this would conclude, where we've also seen some really long-standing fights around certain regions. So it's a lot of things to figure out as we approach the penultimate round of the night.
Yeah, and I think that I'm so curious to see if we're going to be seeing some active fights happening within the Thunderdome. We saw a lot of that happening previously as well. See a lot of teams who decide to go head on, but I'm guessing that most of the teams here, knowing that this is the grand final, they're much more disciplined and they would not want to approach it as such. Sometimes being a little bit too ballsy is a little bit too much, so you gotta be careful. So you are the multiple, like as you highlighted, Contra, the multiple ways we could approach this. You can go a little bit cray, go with your elimination points. You'll also be more disciplined in terms of getting better placement points and more. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be match number 11. We're back at Miramar here for the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions. Do shout out for your favorite team. The fight path has been revealed here. It's going to be up north all the way down south to Los Eagles here at the moment. It's a very big map. Lots and lots of exposed terrain over here. It's leaning more towards the left side segment, and very curious to see what are going to be the drop points here for most of these teams. We do see small revelations coming on, and curious to see if there are going to be any teams who decide to actually fight for territory here at the early stages of the game. And of course, Contra, we've seen some great domination here from the only two Nepali teams competing, although they were not in the scrims, but they are dominating here in the competition. And curious to see how the other teams from the other countries, the other part, or should I say the Southeast Asia teams, especially the Indonesian teams, who have shown great gameplays in the past few days, just show their worth here in next remaining matches.
Yeah, back in day one of the finals, names like VOIN Donkey absolutely had some really great showing alongside with RRQ. Today, as much as it hasn't been much of an RRQ day, they're not too far from the zone. This is a very generous circle to kick things off with. Pretty much smack dab in the center where things are looking to be very familiar. STALWART Esports have always fought with some of these members of FAZE Clan, I do believe. As these shots are being fired, SAE will be able to open up the account here. Fearless only got a pistol, not the best weapon to work with. And Meow, he's only with a knife. So the trades go true. Two members of STALWART instantly getting taken off the list. Sun shares over on to the stadium though, so he will have plenty of loots to play around with.
Oh yeah, but unfortunately, quite a big disadvantage for him right here, Contra, because losing out two team members earlier on and playing with only two members left for the team is not going to be looking so well. So although you're able to actually loot a lot of stuff, hopefully you're able to actually hold on for dear life in the longest time as possible, or probably you can just go rainbow mode, a duo mode here in this 4-man match and just take everyone down. Meanwhile, we're also going to be looking at Real FaZe from FaZe Clan here in the game. We do see sharing the perimeters together with STALWART Esports. They haven't checked out the Thunderdome area, so they don't know if anybody is residing here. But FaZe Clan does have more members. This could be the advantage that you're looking for. And I don't think they're moving towards this segment because they're still looting at their area here at the moment. And of course, thank you so much for production as well, showing us the current map. Now, it is quite central over here. There's a lot of big areas. We can see BIGETRON holding on to, I think, the power grid segment. We do see Lebendita here by Vampire Esports. Yeah, I think Alliance here. I think ASI. Yeah, most of the teams are actually within the circle at the moment. We only see Team Secret on the far northeast side, just taking their time, and they kind of know there's no one on their 6 to worry about. They're just going to be making their sweet way towards the circle by stage 1 or even stage 2, I guess.
As the battle continues on, these two members of STALWART Esports still wiggling with that form of a large area of space that there is inside the stadium, and here comes a couple of nades to be sent out from each respective corner. Now on the push, he would be expected to be opening through the doors, and it does land perfectly over on 9 Noise. Great preemptive nades, while Meow also goes into the trade out. Only one member left, and that's going to be Orgoi. I always mess up the name. I do apologize for the fans of STALWART Esports. But Orgoi now with a whole lot to do. Those nades does actually catch a little bit of damage. As the push comes into effect, there will be a jump shot coming in from Meow as he nades himself.
Was that
the very final moment? Actually, that was actually tossed by SA, so that was pretty clean.
Okay, I thought he was doing the electro self-destruct thing, you know, like if
It
I'm
looks like
going
it.
down, you're. I thought that was a thing, but yeah, I guess I guess they went down on their own here. So a really early bow out here from Stalwart Esports. Quite unfortunate contra. We're not able to actually see much happening from them from this game, and Baseland's gonna continue on the game forward with 4 kills in their hands. Um,
Yeah. And I want to add to that point as well, right? Like overall, like Stalwart Esports, every map that they play, almost every single location they get contested. They go into SANHOK and they meet up with the Savior. They go into Miramar, they meet with FaZe Clan, and inside of all the Wrangle matches for half of the match, they have been fighting with Alter Ego, and most often than not, they don't always come up a hit. So I
maybe
guess
it's something we don't know, Contra.
yeah,
Are people hating towards
uh,
Stalwart over here? Everyone's gunning for them in the early stages of the map.
It's probably no hate. It's just that the nature of the tournament, most often than not, where when you are fighting in the international lobby, sure, they have been champions in the past in their own respective region, and none of these guys will just say, "Oh, you want this place? Go have it. I'm just gonna move somewhere else." They're not gonna be kind. This is a tournament. Like they have to settle the scores, and Stalwart Esports, they're slowly losing that form of confidence. The more battles they take, the more battles they lose. It's absolutely not looking good for them. But of course, those were the cards that they were dealt with. But they have to make do with the situation. Sometimes uh, putting a little bit of the ego aside to just claim different territory might actually do them a whole lot better in some of these rounds, which we saw last round inside of ERANGEL when they have that space. They can contribute a whole lot more. But here we have BTR working up onto members of the Savior.
I don't think it's enough camouflage to hide himself if the Xavier decides to actually move towards this particular direction. But I guess yes, Satarles is just position of there. It's not that he's trying to engage or anything. I guess he was just scouting and he does have intel. So if there's any sudden movements of the Xavier marching towards where the team members are actually looting, I guess he's able to convey this information to the team and they're able to make some decision making. Meanwhile, it does seem that going to be charging forward. Chua Kung is going to be shooting forward. It's going to be Zuxi here down on the ground, hands on Chua. Losing a team member, and there are no assists, no supports as the team members from BIGETRON are a little bit too far away. The secure kill coming on in their hands. That's going to be 1 point for the Xavier. If they do decide to engage, it's going to be a 4v3 situation. The Xavier also, they're on the back end of this area. Meanwhile, team members of BIGETRON, they want to approach this. Paragen moving forward, try to get a little bit of information. They didn't see him, but Starless is very nearby with just a little bit of cover here with the Aluminums right in front of him. And while then looking behind, there is another team member from the Xavier as well. So he has to be really, really careful.
Wow, that was phenomenally played out. But the moment that they tried to rotate once again, DX got themselves clipped by Genfos, securing those knocks, and the Savior loses way more than they should have. So it's still going to be a 3 versus 3 at the moment. Paragen being tagged, and he is going to be trying to get a little bit of space to heal up. Whereas I believe there's another pickoff going on coming from another team. That should be Sleepy trying to get a little bit more involvement against the rest of Vampire Esports. Battles through the hill as this has yet to conclude. It's taking a long while for the Savior to settle scores. Nate tosses from each side. And somehow Paragen actually hits onto Genfos. The Coke, but that will be traded blow for blow. Down to a 2 versus 2. Paragen now hiding into the shack. Oh no! Quick timing! Oh, Satar with only 1 HP left. They overwhelm the rest of DX by taking separate battles.
Wow, kind of overcooked the nade over there. Was not able to actually change to his weaponry fast enough, but got picked up. And I think that despite actually, it was a 4v3 situation, siding more towards the first, but BIGETRON managed to turn things around and make it a big win for themselves, able to hold on to still 3 of the team members, while 1 is currently in very low HP. Meanwhile, DRS up against Team Vampire Esports. You guys know this. They're holding on to that top 2 place over here. Vampire Esports also wants a piece of the top 2 teams, but unfortunately, DRS is much better team here in this trade-off. And wow, ERS is just going insane over here. They did lose out their placement from first place just a while ago. HORAA managed to overtake after having a convincing winning one chicken dinner just a while ago, but I don't think DRS is going to allow that to happen. And HORAA doesn't know this, but they've already been overtaken due to that elevation points from the meanwhile here. Alter Ego jumps on top. Was not able to connect. It's the team that is going to be signed to his former Vibes. Doc and Rufus are going to be the ones who comes out on top up against Alter Ego Aries.
Well, I'm pretty sure in its chat it's going SA over SEA right now. Vampires bow out. Alter Ego bows out to these big names out there. And it's DRS as well for Medical Vibes getting those numbers. Here comes Falcons as well, arriving to take down the members of Bigetron Red Aliens. I like to call them Red Aliens, but it's actually Bigetron Knights for what they're known right now. Here goes. Action now with a nade. Pop perfectly for R2 as well. Team Falcons have arrived to the party, ladies and gents. And they're absolutely showing their strength right now, cutting through all these slum terrains. This is going to be no mercy, trying to wiggle some room to play up against all these Falcons flocking in like a hawk. But this is definitely the birds of prey looking for a little bit of a supper since it's past dinner time. But of course, chicken dinner is still within reach. So closes in a couple seconds. The nade does connect away from the Pecco as he drops one down. Looking forward to secure action, and there is still one holding it true. Big names exchange, and now down to top as he will try to go in with wraparound. Beautiful jump shot. One more member left on the side of R2. So much to be done here by No Mercy. Tries to go for the drop shot. Not quite enough. 5 perfect points from Falcons as they also add an extra by taking down BTR's one member.
I think that was insane. The Nate battles, it was just spot on. But of course, he got hit by Nate himself from the opponent team. A 1-to-1 trade over there. And yeah, this is literally PUBG Mobile at the high level here. And this is why all these teams have made their way towards the PMGC over here. And yeah, the battle still continues. Our top 2 teams are still live, but it does seem that DRS only left out with 1 more member, if I do see it well over here. And yeah, only with 1. HORAA still have healthy 4 members left. Well, healthy is an overstatement, I would say. Alter Ego also down all members at this current moment. The South Asia teams are just popping up over here. They are showing their worth up against the Southeast Asian teams, although it's not really a battle between these 2 regions, I would say, but it does look that way. Falcons having a handful going up against HORAA Esports. Murders under fire. East, the newest edition member for Team Falcons, getting himself a little bit cover, but a little bit too far away from his teammates here to provide any form of cover. The only one he has is only Murders, who's actually nearby. So Sky, a little bit of suppressing fire. It's not able to connect to anyone here for now. And No Fear also making his way, saving his teammate, with hopes able to actually make it in time. But while all this happening, Falcon is also doing a little bit of stuff on their end, picking up his teammate. They're a little bit too late over here, so already down for the count. Murder doing a little bit looting, grabbing some utilities, grabbing some juicy stuff for his own. But it's going to be a 2v3 battle here up against HORAA Esports. Will Medes and East be able to survive this? We shall see. They can do from the other side. Blockade manages to find Sky. Is dropped 2v2 here. Contra, it's not over yet for them. Trying to rotate, doing a wraparound here behind the building. Will be able to actually get Ace Mr. Boro from the side, but Mr. Boro will be the one getting fight action. Icy gets his revenge. Elimination points here for Falcons at this point in the match.
It's insane. They kept fighting and fighting, and they walk away with no points. This is the perfect moment for DRS now to overtake things. We've already got those 4 points. DRS only down to 1 member, but still managed to survive. And also adding more points to the tally while they're still battling throughout the course of the matchup. We see the circle now closing into the deeper areas of the valley, while there is certain regions held by Alliance that can benefit them at this very moment. Going donkey up the hillside. Over in north, there's still Team Secret now breaching into the zone up against Team Falcons, and I'm sure that Falcons, they're ready to go for a whole lot more. What's insane is that not even a single player out of Team Falcons has been taken down
Nope.
throughout all these battles. It's been 4 battles already. They took on BTR, they took on some of all these players of RRQ, and the list goes on. HORAA Esports, you name it, they got it. And now down to Alliance, holding out against the rest of ASIA. Parental vibes now at that 5th point. So it's just a little bit more of a zone control at the moment as the rest of Alliance are hoping to gatekeep in the party of ASIA.
Oh no, ASIA. No, I thought they were marching forward, but actually they're going to be wrapping around towards the other side of here. Alliance has to be very, very careful. For MV, not too shabby for themselves. 5 elimination points here in the bag for them. We do see Reefers making his sweet escape. Meanwhile, it's going to be seeing Jimmy OP from Alliance getting shootout, gets his hands on Killer from DRS. It does seem that our first ranked team here, DRS, is eliminated here at this point into the game. But things are not over yet as Alliance. Oleo, he got picked up just a while ago, but now he's down for the count and has got hit by Porsche from Roy Esports all the way downtown over here. Oleo couldn't have tell because there's not much going around, and this is quite a distance over here coming from Porsche, and yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough for Alliance. I don't think Leon's or even Flax is able to actually go in for the save over here. Even if they do try, Roy Esports is ready to snipe on anyone who tries. So you have to be very, very careful over here. Get a little bit of cover, a little bit terrain cover, smoke nades, as you go for a little bit of distance. Meanwhile, GBOP tries to wrap from the side with hopes he's able to actually scope over these members. He gets up a knock here from ASIA, and that's going to be enough to put him on the ground. Meanwhile, Victor here tried to do a little bit shootout on GBOP or Kasim 99, but not enough as Jimmy makes his escape. Oleo is still alive for the 2nd time here. Gets picked up by his teammates. I'm guessing that a good enough cover coming up from Jimmy just a while ago, and the battle still continues here. And it's not just ASIA, it's not just Alliance. They also have 4 MV by the side. It's a 3-way Mexican, well, no, 3-way Asian battle here happening.
Well, I like that how you adjusted Mexican out of nowhere, but
Wrong
anyways,
region, wrong region.
it is definitely a firm hold coming from the side of Lions. The rest of ASIA absolutely overwhelmed. We even see a little bit of an instance of self-inflicted damage where I believe one of the members actually dropped the Molotov on himself. So wasn't exactly the cleanest of play coming from the ASIA members out there. Well, we carry on with these 7 squads for MV. They have absolutely thrived over the south side, but there's still a lot of hurdles up ahead, especially now with Udall. Oh, I kept saying Udall. Been rebranded back into the original name, Alliance, where Roy, they're holding on to the gas station. They're going to be able to take that safe refuge with the updated circle now, going down over the hill. Not going to be easy for Falcons as they have to make their descent, as they will try to take on some of the members of FAZE Clan who already climbed all the way up here, pinched between that far corner. East goes in for a little bit of drop shot, and members are flying over from the top 2 to the bottom and find themselves pretty much exchanged. Lions will go down. And Falcons, they at 13 points of tally, they will surge all the way up to chase up within the top 5 of the match so far. Duke out between IC, gets blinded off completely. Meow now tries to hold out, but there's only so much that Onsens can actually do at that point in time.
Oh yeah, and of course, FaZe Clan is currently out for the count here, leaving only 6 teams here in the game. We see 4 MV left out with 2 members. We haven't seen much coming up from VOIN Donkey. It's been a while, which goes the same for Team Secret, the one that we're actually looking at the current moment. SOAS having a little bit of high ground vision over here, but not as much as other teams who's actually on the mountains just a while ago that we saw. Here, just talking about VOIN Donkey, he does see out someone over here. Does seem he's going to be a team member from Team Secret all the way up north, but it does seem that he's having trouble trying to align his shots as there are tree covers They are mountain covers here provided for them, so he should. I guess Team Secret should be safe for now. VOIN Donk is holding on to this perimeter. No reason for him for any one of them to actually make any form of movements, but it does seem that they want to have the shootout up against Team Secret, as both of them have given information on where they are. I believe that more movements can come from Team Secret because them being in the mountains, they don't have to play within a specific area. So the only cover they have, the kind of cover they have, is more towards terrain, which is all over the place. Meanwhile, all that is happening, VOIN Donkey also having short shootout against Team Falcons on the other side. So they have their hands full on their own here at this moment. While on the other side, there's still another team nearby, so I'm not sure who's on purple. And I think that is another team on the other side. VOIN Donkey is stuck in between 3 teams here, Contra.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy hold, but they do have these compounds to at least take refuge for the moment. So definitely a whole lot of pressure as you're currently hunkering down into this 4-corner map. As it will definitely take a while. It's only stage 5 left with only 6 teams. Therefore, it's all about getting all that control.
Oh,
Ease
no.
now gets tagged out. Team Secret going on an absolute great exchange. Well, of course, there will be recovery nonetheless. Should be too difficult for them to manage. Falcons so far looking poised to be in control of the situation. Showing up strong here in these final couple of moments. While over on the far side, Team Secret, I like the area that they're playing right now. Hugging over a corner of all these hillside, but it could quickly turn sour real quick because they don't really have covers to work with in this upcoming zone, so they might be forced to rush towards VOIN Donkey to take up that fight if they really want to hold out in this match. Meanwhile, Alliance also loses that position. They will have to squeeze on the far east. For MV, what's going to be their move over on the south side? Falcons also have to make their journey through the hill over north. So it's plenty of options to consider. At the very least, Alliance now looking up against Falcons. With this smoke, this could be their position being revealed, but there's not much of a choice coming in from Kasim, aka Jimmy OP.
Yeah, he had a little bit. I think he took a little bit shots from side, so he had to do a little bit of fake over here. It's dropping out the name here, but it does seem that Action did caught a glimpse of where Kasim 99 was. So he's actually making his way towards the right side over here. But he is on looking towards the hillside because they know there is someone over there. Meanwhile, while Kasim is doing a little bit scouting on his own, the other team members over here are in the eyesights of Team Falcons, and they are making their move. Leon's currently low on HP. Flash charging forward, gets out, but by the time he gets out, he gets shot in the face. It's not going to be enough. Well, all that is happening, former Kabais grab themselves with few elimination points, but bows out here in the hands of Roy Esports. Falcon Esports overwhelming team members of Alliance. IC could stop the nade towards where I think Luke is. Yes, I think Luke here at the moment. Olio, piping through. Another the car. Doesn't have much coverage, only the smoke nade. And him just crouching here on the floor. He's the only remaining member here of Alliance from Team Malaysia, up against 3 team members from Team Falcons.
It's going to be a tough hurdle up ahead. The rest of Falcons right now hoping to make their mark in this match. And at this point, with those double-digit elimination points, even if they bow out, they will be happy with what they've been able to achieve, but a lot more of these points to gain will actually find them to be within the top 5 range. They get range! That is a great coverage coming from Vexy, connecting the shots. O'Leal hiding right behind that vehicle as well. Should be sniffed out in a moment by Vexy, who's been keeping tabs on whatever movement is necessary, and he's being exposed. Vexy, with his sharp eyes, he will take down Alliance. But it's been a decent run for Alliance with those 5 points nonetheless. Falcons now being held hostage. The rest of VOIN Donkey not allowing them to pass into the region of the zone.
Oh yeah, and VOIN Donkey, they also spotted out where team members of Team Falcons are at this current moment. Vice versa, I would say 4 teams remaining, and we believe that this is the most amount of players we've seen so far from all this. So I believe that Two of the teams have a full squad, which so happen to be Team Secret and VOIN Donkey. Roy and Falcons have 3 players left for them. So I think that all teams still looking healthy and has a fair chance to actually win this. Starting a little bit more towards VOIN Donkey as they have more utility to play around with compared to the other teams. But all this can swing real fast. So first, nobody wants to make any hasty movements over here. Now they're forced to actually get into a much smaller space right now, and we see Roy Esports, who is just by the outside perimeters over here. Meanwhile, Falcons, I believe that they are in a much more comfortable spot as they're not as close to the other teams, whereas you do see here Team Secret, VOIN Donkey, and Roy are close to one another. Falcon decide to get into the high ground to get a much better view of where everyone is situated in the next few moments over here. Roy, Sonox, MG, here on the roof. We do see at the patrol station, we also have another team as well. Everyone needs cover. Team Secret doesn't have cover.
Yeah, they're just playing by the ridges, as I do expect them to try to at least play their best to actually hold out for now. There's not much options left available because they're coming from the kill side. The rest of these members of Falcons, they definitely took that space over Nerf once Team Secret kept themselves busy with the advancements of some of the members of VOIN Donkey, and there's action now getting a cast over on to Silnoas. This is one of the better rounds coming in from the rest of Roy Esports. That being said, here comes the push coming into effect as I see it. Trails right behind, finds that easy catch, adding another to tally, and Team Falcons, they're looking for that 20-pointer, but the rest of Team Secret comes charging in to actually take down IC. Now, only one member remains. It's going to be Juke, who is currently still getting some damage. Razak now being involved as well. A big helter-skelter moment as they are battling for this compound. Team Secret still having GK to hold out, and they're receiving a little bit of assistance coming in from other squads. Roy now down to another member left. VOIN Donkey going out and about, trying to hunt out. Potato gets taken down by action. This is now anybody's game, as it is a big rupture happening inside of these quarters of the warehouse.
Yeah, smart plays by Team Secret. They took the opportunity, they capitalized on the situation as the two teams have already exhausted, I would say, a lot of things during those trade-offs. So they just marched straight forward into that, leaving out only 3 teams left here. Despite Team Secret, getting on top of their opponents within the area, but they are not looking too well here at this moment, as one of them just dropped. They're only left with 2 team members. One of them is in a little bit trouble. I do believe that is going to be SOS. Jiki, surprising. Surprise. He's able to actually survive as much as he can here at this moment. VOIN Donkey, Falcon, Team Secret. This could be anyone's game here, but he does lean a little bit more to his VOIN Donkey according to numbers, as they do have 3 team members here. They have good covers. I would say Team Secret is still, they did manage to run away from the rich, as you mentioned just now, Contra. Get a little bit of cover, but the circle's going to be forcing Team Secret to make their move. GK moves forward, getting shot here. Still alive, very, very low HP here. Throws out the nade. Will it be to connect? No, it does not. The first one, second one, the third one misses out here on GK as they try to distance themselves away from that area. A little bit of connection here, still not enough. He did try to patch himself a little bit. Soas also low in HP. 2v2 battle. 3v2 battle. Over here, GK managed to revitalize themselves. Getting a little bit shootout here. Soas is going to be down, leaving 1 more team member from Team Secret. And remember, that's not all. You still have to deal with 2 more team members from Team Falcons, where they're actually hiding there on the left side from our vision here, Contra.
Yeah, overall, it's been a perfect round for the side of Falcons, and with both sides really focusing down the target with the highest amount of players initially, Team Secret loses out and now only have 1 member standing in the way. It's going to be a tough predicament right now. VOIN Donkey does give a lot more focus onto the members of Falcons. Action now played by the small little dip that he has. Well, he's supposed to move a little bit more of that supplement, hugging towards the corners. VOIN Donkey is so far playing a very strong defensive game as they've been sitting directly in the circle the entire time by hugging out around the gas station. And right now, going for that lurk. It's going to be a great picking coming from Sabexi. Today has been sharp shots with long-range coverage, but it will be instantly responded coming in from action. No time to go in for the revive just yet, but probably they definitely do need to go in for the pickup. Juki still being left out there to play out, so Zeta takes note of it. These nades are still being primed right in. I'm surprised that there's still any more nades at level 4 in the hands of Falcons as well. They could put that to good use at any given point of this match. Speaking of which, here comes action. He's gonna go for that lucky lob. And I wonder if that's actually the exposing these members of VOIN Donkey. He forces one member to actually stand up. Razak. He has to be the one out of VOIN Donkey to make this exchange possible. And the Nerder toss, there you go, is clears things out. And they're looking for more than 20 points. Falcons now with the advantage. They rush forward. Only one member left standing for a 2 versus 2. But eventually that will be depleted to none as they're all sitting ducks. Falcons have the craziest of records right here in the Night of Champions.
Wow, what a play over here. When I thought that by having more of the Southeast Asia teams being featured here in the top 4, it would have been a Southeast Asia win. But it does seem that, yeah, so I guess that's going to be the case over here. Team Falcons, winner chicken dinner here on match number 11. Congratulations to them. Splendid gameplays. I think that was insane. Everybody was playing Earthworm Gym in the last game. They had no choice. There wasn't much cover anyways. Initially, they do have the gas stations. Initially, they have the buildings and all that, but the circle kind of forced everyone to show their hands, and it's all about who had more utilities utilized during that particular time. Team Secret hold on to the best of their abilities as much as they can. GK, unfortunately, he fell over there. I thought he was able to hold on while these two teams would trade off between one another, but unfortunately he got dropped in third, which is still great for them. Yeah, this is going to be a big victory for Falcons. I'm curious to see how much they accumulated over here. Look at this. 9-7-4, 3-7-4 23 knockout for Team Falcons. And yeah, and that's without the placement point contra.
I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. This is why I say this has been absolutely wild coming out of all these members of Falcon. So much so that you have to make comparison within their own teammates. 1.7k damage by EC is definitely trailblazing through this entire lobby. 6 points apiece for both IC as well as him, and IC definitely have played a stellar game to also hold out in many of all these stages. We saw them really having this rock solid run, but no one have top actions performance with 9 elimination points all by himself with 1,700 damage. And if you add all these numbers together, this is more than 20 points. So for the record right now, it's more than 30 points acquired by Team Falcons in this match. I think they are definitely looking for that #1 spot right now as we take a good hard look onto all these members who just got activated. And you know, it was a lot of conversation like, oh, this team is all about top carry. Well, you guys are absolutely wrong because the entire team showed up today.
Oh yes, and of course I think the Falcons management team are definitely happy with the performance. Like, just to recap to you guys, if you guys don't know, right? This particular team, Falcons Force, or Team Falcons, anyways, is only 7 months old because they acquired Skyforce in March, and they were actually, and it so happens that Skyforce is ex-team members of STALWART Esports and how they were placed in, right? As you mentioned, your math is great, Contra, 34 points. Like, look at it this way. #1 is 34. Second is Team Secret with 10 points. That's 24 points gap, which is insane. And yet another South Asia team takes the win over here. And what is going on with them today, or should I say in the previous days, because this was not reflected in during the scrims, and I believe that they've been holding on to their cards. and bringing on their A game, knowing it's a grand finals, and just surprising everyone who's looking onto this live stream and the games that they're playing here for this number 2.
Imagine that. That is 3 chicken dinners worth of points right there.
Yes, it is.
This is being claimed by Team Falcons. So they make up for some of all these lost rounds. And yet now look at them climbing 6 spots. They were number 8 prior to this.
They were 9.
Right now, there's still more work to be done. But if Falcons can come up with another round like that, I think that DRS as well as HORAA Esports have definitely got a real concern moving into the very final match. So far, Team Falcons looking super hot here in the final run. HORAA Esports didn't manage to get much points in this round. Therefore, DRS overtakes Raccoon's at #1 title. Alliance still making a decent effort to climb Team Secret with this impressive top 3 finish. They find themselves moving up into the charts here and getting themselves pretty much tied with Alliance. I think these 2 teams have been always neck and neck. I wonder when exactly will both Alliance as well as Team Secret move into the first page. We'll have to see later on. And same goes to Roy Esports. Slow and steady wins the race. And now Stalwart Esports seeming to be at the bottom. So, you know, you're absolutely right. These members who are currently in the roster of Team Falcons, they were best known during that time to be playing a really great one back when they were with Stalwart Esports. So, you know, interesting to see how all these shifts have actually affected performances for some squads out there. STE still looking for that footing, so we'll definitely give them time. They only have 1 day left, but you know, is it too far from over? We shall see as we go on the short break, and then we'll bring you the final game here in day 2 of the Night of Champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're currently tuning in to none other than Pubg Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions Grand Finals, day number 2. My name is Flava, together with my good buddy over here, Contra. We're your commentators for today, and hopefully you guys had an amazing time watching all the games. But of course, if you have missed out on all the action, do not worry, you can still scroll back the timeline and have a look at the segments that you want to watch. But of course, right now we're currently here at our final match of the day. This is going to be match number 12. So this will be the final one, but do not fret, do not worry. It's only the end of day number 2 itself. Tomorrow, there's still going to be 6 more matches happening, and we'll get to know who the winner and champion here of the competition will be. But of course, we're going to be jumping to predictions in just a while, ladies and gentlemen. Really want to do a big shout out to Falcons, Team Falcons, or Falcons Force was such a great run over there in that game. So far, Contra, a huge South Asia dominance happening over here. But I've already placed my bets on them for quite a few times already when it comes to predictions. Let's see if VOIN Donkey is able to actually get the Indonesian teams back on track and probably just bring back the wrath of Southeast Asia here in the competition.
Well, TLDR VOIN Donkey, like you could just say that. So, I'm going to keep it short and simple, Team Falcons, because you saw what they just did right there in that lobby. They teared through 34 points. Who else have done it in all these matches? Nobody. Right now, they definitely have that momentum, and I think they will take that momentum even further. Though there is still a gap, I'm pretty sure that the Nepali fans are still happy that both HORAA Esports as well as DRS is currently up there. Now down to production, who do you guys think will take that chicken dinner? We haven't really gotten the best predictions so far. I don't know if it's cursed or not, but most often than not, production, you usually have the right say on what really goes down because they have some of the most impressive stats out there. So what's it going to be? There we go. HORAA Esports. They're looking to see if they can still bounce back up. The gap between both DRS as well as HORAA Esports is very thin of a margin as compared to, all the other teams out there who are still battling for position. But wow, there's just so little, and it's really down to every single match that matters. So DRS as well as HORAA, throughout the course of this match and tomorrow's finals, they cannot afford to slip up at all.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, we have to highlight this, that I don't think DRS and HORAA had a great run in last match. They bowed out real early. I think it was only DRS because initially they were in second place. They managed to only attain 4 elimination points, and that's it. They were out. They have to be careful. I do understand they have roughly around 30 points gap in between them, these two teams, and the third place team, which is Team Falcons Esports. But they have to be careful because these other teams, they are gunning for them. At the current moment, it's quite a wide gap in between them, but they can't afford to let down their guard and be sure they're always on the ready. But of course, I do believe that Nepali teams and Nepali fans out there are definitely happy with their performance, but chasing them and tailing them from behind are going to be the Indonesian teams. We see great dominance from them, but at the current moment, South Asia, we have to admit this, Contra, that South Asia is currently dominating the competition up to what we're seeing here today. And very curious to see how they're going to be running, and does seem the production is also siding towards HORAA here from Nepal as well, and we'll see if they're going to get their prediction right or it's going to be siding with us on this one.
Well, we definitely have to wait and see because there are still so many of all these teams really battling it out there. We give a lot of highlights to the South Asian squads as well as, by right, Mongolia is still considered around the Central region, but of course they play around the SA region for so long that they have already been able to also read the room and play the manner match so well. That match, there was also the rise of all these Vietnamese squads like Team Secret. They definitely had a fair shot at that chicken dinner, but it was a very difficult circumstance when you have 2 of these teams really pitting up against them. So VOIN Donkey, they have been really showing up into all these matches of Miramar in great fashion, just like how they did yesterday. And it's been looking rather impressive, which is why I understand why you're going for them, because overall, they have been looking very, very clinical on their performance. So hopefully we get something special heading to our final match, as we are currently waiting for the match to begin. First, make sure you guys drop that sub, as well as like this current live stream. Tomorrow, you don't want to miss out on the final night of play, where we'll see the real victor come up on top. But for now, of course, the drama is brewing. There's so many things that we could still continue to look forward to, Flava. So I can't wait to see how this final game unfolds.
Yes, and I can't wait to see how all the teams will perform on this particular match, because this will decide how they will end the day itself. Are they going to set themselves in a much better foot than what they are at the current moment? Will the Nepali teams, will the Mongolia team, Team Falcons, or even Indonesian teams who are currently in page 1 together with Four Miracle Vibes and Vampire Esports be able to widen up the gap even more up against page 2 teams? Or are we going to be seeing a comeback from some of the teams on page 2 here in this final match? Because there's still a lot of room. As you saw, Contra, Pubg Esports will able to actually grasp 34 points in one map itself. And as you mentioned just a while ago, even before we conclude on the post-game analysis, that is close to 3 map runs, I would say. If you get 3 winner chicken dinners, that commit to 10 each, and of course you do need a little bit of elimination foil, but it's very, very close if you're able to gain that much points. But of course, you have to play super aggressive. Everyone has to be on point. Everybody has to have their gears in high shift to perform that well. Will we see Team Falcons replicating such a performance, or will we be seeing other teams be able to surprise us here in this final map of the day, which is coming in very short moments?
Yeah, in just a quick bit, we'll have to actually see how well will they be able to fare. While, of course, I believe that we're just getting the engine started up for our plane, which, you know, it's been rather generous on how game 1 plays out. So overall, I guess that we'll just have to wait and see on whether they're going to be moving into the lobby. Well, you know, it's just the Flavor Contra podcast until it happens. So, you know, what was some of your favorite moments? I mean, barring last game, of course, we had that crazy pop-off throughout the course of that battle. Was it a very special moment, whether it's from the scrims up till now? You know, what was that highlight play for you?
If I had to have a highlight play, it has to be today's Falak Dage shot. We've seen a lot of him doing miracles with his nade plays, even from the scrims all the way yesterday and today. But his nade shot show stuff a while ago, what we saw was just insane, which just proves why he is the PMSL South Asia and Central Fall Grenade Master over there, which is remarkable gameplay. And I do believe that they'll be making it to the highlights here of the competition, unless we're seeing something much more remarkable happening later on, or even the next day itself on the final day. Other than that, I think that it would have to be, I believe that it was actually Alter Ego Esports run during the scrim, but it's been a while ago. I kind of forgot how the play went out as well. But I kind of enjoyed, if I had to say overall, I kind of enjoyed Alter Ego playing very aggressive during the scrim segment, but unfortunately we're not really seeing that happening or being replicated here in the grand finals. So did they have cold feet? Because knowing that you can't be too aggressively, knowing that there are things at stake here right now, or probably, you know, they kind of like decided to reserve themselves, not sure a little bit too much of what's happening.
That's right. And overall, I'm just hoping to actually see that race for the finish line to be sort of off. Because right now, as much as we've seen great performances coming in from both DRS as well as for Esports, it isn't exactly on a very constant basis. I think yesterday's run was a whole lot more consistent coming in from the rest of DRS. And here we go. We finally got the countdown timer on our screen. So back towards what I was mentioning, you know, I guess it's very natural when you have such a stacked lobby of players coming in from all over Asia to battle out for that chicken dinner. But definitely, I want to see, you know, Sleepy Tribe again. We want to see No Fear and the rest of all these HORAA members pop off as well. So we shall get it in a moment as we now dive in for our very final round. So without further ado, This has been a grand night here on the Night of Champions. As we will sort out day 2, tomorrow will be the final day of play. Leva, we are beginning coming in from the southeastern corner of Puerto Paraíso, moving over on to the far northwest end of the plane. So rather generous still, just like how game 1 plays out.
Yeah, and I think there's so much drops of options here, a lot of big ones as well. We might just be observing yet another. We're just speculating on this, probably a Picado battle happening within the route here at this current moment. Pozo could also be one of the big destinations for most of the teams. We have Los Leones, another potential location. Montenegro, probably not, I guess. There would be teams who are interested to actually take over it. I don't foresee any contests happening here. And very curious to see, I do believe that if the circle goes central or even towards the southwest side, is already quite generous. Curious to see if the circle would stretch out towards the northeast side here for this game, so that the PUBG gods tend to be a little bit naughty here for this game. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that you can actually see some of these drop spots here for the teams already, while the others we're still waiting for. We'll get to see whether or not we'll be seeing some early engagements for them, and it does seem that we might just see a little bit coming from in between FaZe Clan and STALWART Esports, as Fearless does have a good idea on where. As always, it's STALWART Esports again. What's with this, guys?
It's every single game. I tell you that. STALWART has always been battling for control. So far, not really winning every battle, but at least good remarks. Here comes Victor with the jump shots. And my, we are seeing a lot of all these early game finesse coming out already. Where did he even get to pick up an M249 to start? This guy absolutely popping up with that machine gun. Well, there's still a lot of area here in Los Leones. So we will get 2 big fights. One inside of Picado, and here I think we will focus on Los Leones a lot more because we have a total of 3 squads within the region. Malak now gets secret members slowly going for the loot. Max LV has to pull back. There is a grenade to be lobbed right in. This shot does not matter. And that is going to be absolutely clean from Fallout. Quickly going for the pickoff.
No way, Fallout showing once again why he's the grenade master over. Oh man, that was beautiful coming off from him. He has to stop this. I mean, like, he wasn't, like, if there were options for him, he would be running towards the nades rather than the guns. He's like, I can do better with this, you know? But things are still doing okay over here. We're also going to be looking at the Xavier up against Alliance, but also from a different side. Team Secret also within, that's a number of teams over here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 teams over here. That's the purple ones, that's the brown ones. Yeah, it's definitely a battle for territory. But we saw earlier on, Alliance really lose out 1 team members. Team Secret also losing 1. SI8 lost 1 as well. So yeah, they have to play with a small handicap here at this point in the game. And it does look like Team Secret decides to disengage from the area and not decide to actually force this fight. Fowler currently on his knees over here. He does get gunned down by one of the teams within the perimeters. And despite this area being so big, okay, I also want to highlight this. I know Contra is going to say it, but yes, STALWART Esports is out in 16th place again. Contra, again.
Yeah, it's been so tough for them. I'm pretty sure that they want this whole tournament to be pretty much done and dusted for. They're sitting at the bottom. Haven't been winning those fights up against either Vampire Esports or even FaZe Clan. Yeah, it's been rough. What's interesting to note is that right now, Vampire Esports are starting with only 3 members to play out. It wasn't that there was any takedown on Vampire Esports. It's just that they chose to start off in this lobby as 3 men. Now, very similar circle. This time, probably will pop on a different direction. For MV, they will stay put inside of Chumacera because there's a potential that it could still shift towards the south side. Or it could pop over onto Power Grid St. Martin, where BIGETRON would be able to have a firm control. Now, Secret has already lost a couple of members in these skirmishes. Same goes to DX that have fallen true, as these trades so far not really favoring either side of the party. If you take a close look into the right side of your screen right now, of course, ASIA, they have their fair share of struggles as well. Secret maybe coming up as the better of the pack to have won out or at least last out a lot longer in comparison to many of all these teams. Now find themselves also losing Max LV from that initial bout that they had against Falak. But ASIA, they're definitely fancying these opportunities. Still a tree versus tree versus tree. While Secret does spot those movements out there, ASIA, they're already out of here. So they're not going to stay for far too long.
Yeah, even we do see G-Key here on the outside. I mean, he doesn't want to stretch out too far because there's still team members inside, like Sowas here on their perimeter. So yeah, he has to provide a little bit of cover, not let me go all alone. Does seem that there's going to be movement here. 3 from team members from Team Xavier marching forward. That's one of the members. Sowas gets hit from the window segment. Paragen going to secure that kill for the Xavier. Second member from Team Secret is already out, meaning that only left 2. We do have Break here. He's been staying at the same building for quite a while now, and we remember yet another team member is actually out there in the savannah on Miramar. Meanwhile, they do know that there is yet another team over here. It's either there's another team. The thing for them is that they know that there are other people here. What we don't know is that it's not the other team members from Team Secret, but it's actually the team members from Alliance. They've already lose out 2 team members. 2 of them are still here. ASI8 also within parameters. They're actually on the outside. Red Devil, quite some good vision, I would say. So if anybody do show themselves by the windows on this side, he would be able to tell. It's up to him whether or not he wants to engage or just be quiet about it. At this point, they're still marching forward. Members of ASI8 on the 2 on the ground. Moving forward, does seem that they don't want to leave the area, Contra. They want to take the fight here up against the Xavier, slowly but surely.
Yeah. Overall, the first stage does actually cover certain grounds of Los Lunas, which is why they're looking to be locked into a battle. Meanwhile, it's going to be Top that got shot by some of the members of RRQ. So I'm not too sure what went on up against the members of Team Falcons. Just a little bit of a quick pick off as they were traversing through the valleys of a hill. So RRQ, they will continue on their rally to take claim on another different direction. We've constantly seen the battle between Team Falcons as well as RQ because they always play around that northern region, and therefore there's plenty of opportunities to bump into each other, while the rest of ASIA slowly extending their reach from the outskirts, seemingly enough to perhaps look for a pickoff against the rest of Alliance. But for now, we've waited just about long enough for Phase 1 to close out. Well, these teams are definitely hunkering down over on the direct center, but this fight will take place in Jumasera. It's good news for Miracle Vibes as well as VOIN Donkey, so your prediction might actually come true. But it's more about how long will they hold out around those church grounds. And now here comes the initiation. It's Falak yet again. Spots out Leo as he's being all alone. Quickly bleeding out, Alliance will lose 1 member once again, living with only 1 player standing in the field, and I don't think that Flax really wants to get involved right now.
Yeah, it's knowing that there's still a lot of teams still alive over here, 15 to be exact. So let's not risk it. I think survivability would definitely be his priority because you want to secure at least a number of placement points for the team. So think about how you can contribute. Like, it's such a big risk for you to engage with people. And remember, meanwhile, we're looking at BIGETRON up against Falcons over here. Falcons scavenging around, trying to make the sweet escape, but under heavy gunfire coming out from BIGETRON. They are 2 team members up there, murders as well as action, but they are down on their knees between action and murders. They need help. They need help, but the team members are a little bit too far away. BIGETRON's Leon's getting himself securing the perimeters here. Also making his sweet escape. While all this is happening, Zuxi, oh, it does seem that Falcon is actually within the blue circle area. So this is all BIGETRON has to do right now is just screen the team members from Falcons away from moving forward. Oh, they just want to now entering into the smoke area here. The shots, some of them connects, but it's not enough to actually kill him out. Paragin decides to make an escape over here. Wraps around to the other side, but gets spotted out here in the hands of Naughty from ASI8. But they can't relax too early here because there's still team members from the Xavier still around the perimeters. Red Devil having the high ground vision over things with hopes he can actually provide that crossfire support for his teammates. And they are currently in the blue zone. It doesn't hurt so much. So this med pack should be able to rejuvenate Red Devil to high HP.
I absolutely love how Red Devil played it out, giving all the information necessary, also landing the final blow over DX. We continue with this fight between BIGETRON as well as the rest of Team Falcons. Yet to recuperate, we still see Action limping on the ground, but they've already lost too many members. Goes my prediction. Only E's left standing in the way of Hug going down over on the corner of the warehouse. I believe that the moment that the rest of BIGETRON goes in for that full reset, they should be moving directly to challenge the only member standing in the way from Team Falcons. And as a matter of fact, with another update to the zone, BTR definitely wants that spot for themselves. But this will be a very similar play. We see VOIN Donkey in the exact same spot that they were from last round. Maybe a little deeper in as compared to the gas station. He's now cooks up the grenade spots out. Leon Punk moving across the east vicinity. And it's going to be Genfoss quickly getting sorted out. Here comes a little bit of spray down. Leon Punk won't be able to get that massive spray. And will secure these 3 points up against Falcons. The one other point was claimed by RQ, if I were not mistaken.
Yes.
Well, actually, RQ didn't manage to pick that point. It's still
Yeah,
zero at the moment.
He only did the knock only. Yeah, it wasn't secured by them. Yeah.
Yep.
I feel bad though because I think that was a heavy sandwich from BIGETRON. There's no way he could have made it. He didn't manage to shoot up one of them from BIGETRON, but yeah, the Falcons guy was not gonna survive.
True enough, and overall, more battles taking place. This is a battle between 2 titans of Thailand. FaZe Clan goes on an absolute domination after taking down STALWART Esports. Now they're looking to strike down their brothers from Vampire Esports. Specifically around the area of Picado. They have definitely taken a whole long time to even go through the outskirts. Now needing to at least claim a little bit more of that space. It is going to be a tough area to play out for the rest of Vampire Esports. Now moving towards the location where VOIN Donkey's at. Big Nate's now being primed right in. Straps now trying to go down with the 1v1s. Not too far off on our mini-map, there is also a couple members of Team Secret that is hoping to also send shots towards the side of Stone. That forced Potato to actually swerve past back over the buggy to regroup with the squad. But this is not going to be an easy hole for the rest of VOIN Donkey. They have this high ground advantage, but barely enough cover for themselves.
Oh yeah, so they have to hold on to this area. So just peeking at different directions. They are sitting ducks, although it's great that you have elevated terrain for yourselves. But right now, not having such a good cover, and there's no reason for the other team to actually make any form of move, which means that you're exhausting the players trying to cover your 6, cover your 3, cover your 12, cover your 9. So that's going to be quite problematic here for VOIN Donkey, despite them being in the central area of the circle at this current moment, meaning that they have to work double time and ensure that their asses, their north, south, east, and west are being covered at all times. Meanwhile, here RRQ up against your brethrens, Indonesian brethrens from BIGETRON. Wall will come out on top. Here's Zuwing doing a little bit swing. It's not able to connect with Zuxi. Zuxi will be dropped here in the hands of Zuwing and eliminates BIGETRON in 12th place. Well, they only have 3 elimination points. We can get 3 points for BIGETRON Knight here at this match. And of course, production also displaying the next circle, which is leading us into the Picado area. VOIN Donkey still in the middle here at this moment, but not looking so well. Sandwiched between a number of teams over here. So being in the center means you are at the center of attention for
Well,
a lot of these teams. Yeah, I get you. I knew.
Captain of the Obvious. If you're in the center, you are in the center. Yes.
You want to be in the center. Yeah, you get it.
Well, of course, as we continue on, VOIN Donkey find themselves another great spot by the spawn of the hills this time, being in the attention span of teams as well. But those are difficult angles to actually play out for the warehouses. Here comes Chama, dropping a little big nade, does not really connect with the rest of DRS. They see this situation and they thought perhaps they could actually flush them through, but it's going to be a little bit of risk. They are opting to go for a big wraparound instead, which is why Sleepy finds himself over the top end of the kill side, trying to put up a challenge up against some of the members of Alter Ego. Rosemary goes in to try to attempt for a shred. Barely connecting though, but Chama slowly losing those stars. He might eventually be left out to dry. That's about to blow up. This is going to be a perfect shot from Rosemary with that spring.
Bad driving over there. Yeah, I think that cost him a little bit because when you stumble, like when you have a bad drive and your car is not balanced and all this, the car tends to not pick up into speed, you slow down and stop. That gives big opportunity for Rosemary, especially when it's Rosemary who has his eyesight on you. It's gonna be very, very problematic over here. Now it does seem that Alter Ego Esports do spot out the team members on that mountain. And they've already taken refuge there on the high ground at this current moment, forcing DRS Gaming here on the low here. We have X from DRS Gaming, the team that's currently in first place, but they are low on team members. They're only left out with 2 compared to HORAA Esports currently in second with full team members still alive. Sleepy, DRS, moving forward with his vehicle over here. A lot of movements coming on from these teams. Most of them are bait. Just trying to get a good idea when the other teams are, so they have to be very, very careful. We also have Hans from Alter Ego Aries. It seems like there's not much going on here on the front. There is another, I don't know whether he spotted it, but there's actually another individual there on the right side who's taking cover and has not really made his way into the circle yet.
Yeah, great catches coming in from Alter Ego as they were being proactively on the wheels, seeking out for all these members of DRS. And that will mark the very final tap. DRS, they've had such a good showing for the entire course of the evening. They will take an early rest as they only back 2 points in this round. Meanwhile, plenty more to play for the rest of Alter Ego. Over the south side, all these teams are getting clumped up. Tough situation for the side of ASI 8, only left with Red Devil, but they won out those trades in Los Leones nevertheless to clear out a lot of all these Vietnamese squads like the Savior as well as Team Secret. Speaking of Team Secret, they are deeper within the realm of center, and they will definitely benefit from their position from here. But Alter Ego is going to be going quickly to challenge that location as well. For Miracle Vibes, will solely sift past the southern end. Somehow they did not collide with some of the members of HORAA Esports. Roy now sees a visitor in the form of Fnatic's Ryu. Well, Fnatic of RQ Ryu, that is to be specific. So over the north side region, RQ having a much better game. The moment I say that, that's going to be an exchange that goes through. Clipping the head, but thankfully he has a level 3 helmet to actually work with, so RQ Ryu remains to be intact for now. At least understanding that there are teams who have already hunkered down inside of the warehouse. They will not go in for the challenge, but this is not going to be an easy task for RQ. If this next circle pops into a different direction, they are pretty much left to dry out there on those flat ground terrains, while the rest of For Miracle Vibes is going to have a hard time right now, just hugging by the back end of these ridges. You see the bastards coming from the rest of HORAA Esports as they make their last-ditch effort to just surf deeper into the eastern terrain. Quickly gets flipped out by Meow Meow. That's going to be Answers there with a dominating performance of 3 points.
And of course, there's only one of them getting clipped here, while the other 3 manage to survive, get themselves into a little bit of cover for themselves here for HORAA. Quite dangerous because they are trying to grab a little bit more points over here to overtake what DRS has to offer at this current moment. While all this is happening, RRQ up against Team FaZe Clan. And we do have a third party here, Alter Ego. Aries also do have their sights on them, and FaZe Clan will be eliminated in 10 place. And knowing this does give out information on where the team members of Roy are residing, but of course it's not that hard to tell anyways, because RRQ is already known that they are members of a team inside that building. Well, for MV, they do have Team HORAA Esports nearby. They did have a short shootout just a while ago. They picked off one. There's still 3 more to go from them. They're looking quite healthy and trying to peek through this very, very small window here from the side of for MV by Apex. Let's try to line up real well just in case if anyone passed by. Well, all that is happening, we have Dokkan outside marching forward into the building area. Chose up an 8, was not able to actually connect to anyone here at this particular moment. Is any of team members, his team members also providing a little bit more as well? Doc did manage to connect towards Sky from HORAA, make it Apex there with the nade to secure the kill. 2 more to go over here. Will it be enough? Does 4MV have enough resources to join in more and more towards HORAA's direction? It does not look like Reefers, Doc, or even Apex will be making their way forward, because in a few short moments, we have to see if the circle will force any one of them to make any form of movements towards the other.
Very likely that we'll definitely see those movements coming into play. But right now, that 4MV battle seeming to be halted for the meantime. HORAA Esports, they at least found a wall that is safe from harm's way with all these bombardier. So right now, it goes directly into the rec center as we do expect it to be. So it's going to be a pretty straightforward, but those guys over the south side definitely are in deep trouble right now. Oh boy, big weaponry on the hands of Vexy. He's got this big weapon for him to unleash into the field, and I'm definitely vouching for VOIN Donkey right now to be able to actually hold up a lot more points in comparison to other teams. They got those compounds, they got a lot of all these great area of vision to actually take firm control of this current situation. Therefore, Alter Ego right now, what's going to be their stance? Big nades as well as Molotov now, big drive and break on fire. Almost not surviving to make the cut. Now it's all down to break. He heard those shots coming in from the side of HORAA Esports. Amazing pushes coming into effect. These nades are also dropping pretty closely. Chips out to how far or break right now. There is going to be even more, let's see, try to pop some over onto the dumpster. Oh, it just went out a little bit far wide, but HORAA Esports, they're happy to take refuge right now. They don't really have to commit towards break, but they definitely do need those points. The dumpster is going to be on fire. Easy lock from his
Just have to cook it right over here, of course. Big applause for them for trashing out as much as they can over here, but Team Secret will be bowing out at this point. Rosemary there getting off on Potato from VOIN Donkey. Of course, save this, but yes, VOIN Donkey will be out in 8th place with 1 placement point and 2 elimination points here. Roy stumbled a little bit on driving that vehicle. Apex, he's
hiding out. It's hard to actually spot players inside the vehicle, and I think it might be a decent play as he's trying to survive the rest of these pushes coming in from ROY Esports. At any time that he gets into trouble, he can start the engine and sprint off, but it's not going to be an easy task to actually move out by 10. More shots being fired from the side of Rosemary, as that actually seemed to be pretty convincing work rate coming in from the side of Rosemary, bagging a lot of damage output throughout the course of the field, and Apex has been forced to move out of that vehicle. With all these angles being covered up, it will be for Medical Vibes that bows out over on 7. Still decent attempt overall. Alter Ego at work as they spot everybody in the field. Eventually, they might need to reposition, but till then, they are the kings of the hill.
Oh, yes, and I have to agree with you on that. He's definitely the king of the hill. Rosemary is holding most of the teams that are surviving right now in place, because he's trying to ensure that if you try to make yourself outside the perimeters, I'm going to spot you out. I'm able to shoot you down. So there's team on the left, team on the right as well. It's actually 2 teams on the right segment. He has his eyes on both, on all 4 actually. He has like 8 one team members, Red Devil, which hasn't been spotted out by anyone yet. You also have Vampire Esports together, RRQ on this side. Yeah, he has everyone in lockdown. And of course, the circle is going to be circling in a few short moments. Will this force Alter Ego to be the ones to actually make a move over here, or will they be having an advantage position as usual? And it's going to be siding towards Vampire Esports, meaning that Alter Ego will have to engage with Vampire at one point. RRQ, the two team members, Fnatic, Ryu, as well as No Mercy Ryu, will be able to actually make their a very easy entry as there's already cover and scouts already in the central area anyways. Yeah, so right now Rosemary is in quite a pinch because early on he's trying to shoot out the team members from Vampire Esports within the building, but he is the one who has to make a move right now towards that direction. And his team members are going to be the ones making the move first towards the right side right now.
Love the use of smoke grenades to really cover the tracks for them to be able to go in for this current push. Preemptive nades now from the side of Boyd Shield, sticking out for these Vampire members who's hiding within the shack. Of course, not too afraid of sunlight, but they aren't allowed to actually step out. Those nades are now connecting towards the side of stone as they're unable to hold out. RRQ, I have definitely fancied their position the whole time round. While the rest of Alter Ego goes in, clears up the entire shack, and now we might actually see those big involvements with even drive-bys coming in from the south side. We are about to get a lot rowdy over to the south with the rest of Roy Esports also in a little bit of pinch. And now the next one to foul out is going to be Vampire Esports. We saw them having nothing left in the tank. Now Alter Ego gets to focus on what happens over the south side with HORAA Esports, going with a little bit of a toss. And now one member being knocked out from the side of Alter Ego. It's going to be tough to take out these members of RQ Ryu, so everybody's sending it up to the hills.
Oh yeah, and of course, Q-Knock here not having a really good cover. His car is down for the count, so that's the only cover he has at the moment, so we have to do a little bit of crouching action to escape this firepower from teammates. Meanwhile, Pause from Riot Esports here having a shootout up against Malik from HORAA, and he's going to go down. That's going to be one member down, leaving out one more team member here from HORAA Esports. And they really want to secure as much points as possible, and it does seem that that'll be the end for HORAA Esports. 4 elimination points, and bowing out in 4th, Roy Esports makes a quick exit right after with the 3 elimination points. And in 3rd place, leaving Alter Ego Esports, the 2 Indonesian teams, but that's going to be a really fast wipe over here. RRQ View just wiping up the floor and claiming the winner chicken dinner here at the final match of the day, match number 12.
They were in full control in the entire course of the battle, and they definitely played it so smart. From the north side, they turned it away on first. They even get to take down Team Falcons, and that was no easy feat. Taking a look at their current record so far, they got those big, juicy double digits. As a matter of fact, it's a total of 15 points acquired throughout the course of the run. RRQ have finally recuperated, and they are also in the running throughout the course of the tournament. How far will they go? 6 more games to play out for tomorrow as RRQ Ryu shows up for Indonesia. Where we take a look at all these big damage numbers out there, and also damage taken. They have been in the mix of the battle for most majority of this match, so it wasn't just them sitting around to actually take claim of this chicken dinner. They're absolutely zoning off teams, trying to pick up from long range, and I think that I've been keeping my eyes on Snape throughout the whole time. He has been super impactful, but nevertheless, there was also Rosemary on the side of Alter Ego that have shown up for Alter Ego's performance heading into this matchup. So it's been solid work, including for ASIA's deep run, taking down so many teams inside Los Leones.
Yeah, and it's about time to see these Indonesian teams actually step up to the table and performing well to end the day itself. And of course, shout out here to RRQ Ryu's coaches. We have Frenchie Pratama, and Nugat, the coaches, and Buttercup, Nadia, February Marsarani, the manager here for the team. I believe that the team should be very, very happy with what they've accomplished here to end the game. And this, I don't think it's sufficient to push them up to taking up the top 2 spots. I do believe that the Nepali teams have already set quite a very high bar for now, but it will be able to actually bump up their points a little bit here for these Indonesian teams for our review, as well as for even for VOIN Donkey as well. I think they did quite well, and of course together with Alter Ego Aries. And of course, shout out over here, no doubt Contra, I think we can both agree that MVP plays here by none other than Rosemary from Alter Ego Aries. I believe that in this game, it really does display how well of a player he is. He did manage to have a good side over anyone. He was suppressing so many people, unfortunately. Yeah, I think he did the best of his abilities together with the team. Anyways, they managed to force their fight after that last circle, which forces them to actually move from their position. Great entry and the smoke that they thrown out to ensure that the tracks are being covered. I think second place, the team should be very, very happy with that.
True enough, and I would say the same about both ASI as well as RRQ. So far, they've been really putting some exceptional performances hitting into this very final battle. So far, Rosemary definitely had that deep impact, especially going up against the DRS members out there. So as we take a look at the total points tally, it is 21 points for RRQ, and also big numbers coming in for both ASI 8, who's currently on third, as well as Alter Ego on second with that 15 corner. But those who have managed to at least play around stage 3 as well as 4, they will at least see decent exchanges. Only STALWART Esports bow out rather early on. We saw what went down. It was not really an easy time throughout the entire circuit for STALWART Esports, unfortunately. So definitely they gotta make certain considerations on how to actually play the very final day. Now that added up, we see 59 total elimination points. Certain players were having some tough time in a mix of battles, some even nading themselves, and it just gets rowdy. But it wasn't exactly that many throw balls being used in this game, because you saw it was a wide open space. So majority of the teams, they were just relying on just pure firepower to get by. But the overall MVP up till this very moment has been Sleepy, with those big damage output as well as 33 elimination points.
Damn, he wasn't sleeping, man. Although people call him sleepy, but damn, 33 elimination points is just insane. I know people have been making fun of his name and all that, yeah. But yeah, he hasn't been sleeping on the job. He's been doing exceptionally well for here, and contributing 41.25% for team contribution is just insane. But just following up to his performance, we also have in second, we have No Fear from HORAA Esports. We have Razak from VOIN Donkey. We have Rosemary. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Rosemary is actually in third. We have Razak in fourth from VOIN Donkey, and we have Malik from HORAA Esports on fifth place. And this is not final. We might see some changes happening as tomorrow unfolds, and at the end of the day, we'll get to know who the true MVP overall will be. So this is still in the works at this moment, but up to date after 2 days of competition, this is what we're going to be looking at. And of course, we're going to be looking at some of these crazy Terminators here in the competition. Sleepy holding on to the first place, Rosemary in second, No Fear from HORAA in third, Kipler for DRS, and Action for Falcon in fifth.
That's right. Overall, is pretty much the same names that we've actually known and loved so far. Definitely, when it comes down to those numbers on the chart, DRS have definitely got a lot of sharpshooters on their end. Falcon had that one pop-off performance, but they were hindered by the rest of RQ. So they gotta also keep track of some of all their rotation moving forward if they really want a shot to be crowned as champions as well. Now, of course, we look at the possibilities on who could be crowned champions for tomorrow. HORAA Esports definitely does have that hit start with 122 points, followed closely by DRS as they managed to overtake DRS in this span of round itself. Alter Ego cuts into the deeper toss, moving into that third spot, pushing Team Falcons down with a gap of 10 points. So fair enough, Alter Ego Aries might even find chicken dinners on the final day to be able to bounce up against the current top 2. For Miracle Vibes now on to 6, RQ Ryu makes up the top 8 list, whereas on the rest of the pack, still rather competitive, but I would still say, the first 2 rounds is going to be most important, and whoever drops out early or make any form of mistakes, their run could easily be over.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. So yeah, so you have to be careful over here. Despite things are looking quite positive for the teams in page number 1, there's still openings and chances for the teams here in page number 2 to just pave their way towards victory. We've seen the possibilities of it happening if you just perform really well in the next remaining 6 matches tomorrow on day number 3. It's going to be matches 13 all the way up to 18. Yeah, and so far we've seen a lot of shifts, Contra, happening throughout the whole day itself. Some of the teams who started off in page 1 kind of dropped to page number 2. Some of the teams on the top spots also having their own battles between one another. Then we have it between the head-to-head between HORAA Esports and DRS, the Real Soldiers. I would say stat-wise, if we look at the elimination points and the placement points, if I'm not mistaken, I think that, yes, actually HORAA Esports have better placement points, whereas DRS are more focused on with their elimination points over here. It was just unfortunate that DRS bowed out too early, which gave opportunities for HORAA to accumulate a little bit of placement points as well as elimination points to get them to become number 1 here at the end of the day.
Yeah, overall, it's also due to those crazy runs back at day 1 where they got a couple of these chicken dinners to supplement the current position for Esports, which you can see 2 very distinct play style on the priority of placement as well as going for those big takedown numbers. Now, we make that comparison between Mr. Baro as well as for MV's very own Apex, where, you know, the stats are pretty similar of sorts, where we have already concluded day 2 as the longest distance coverage has been secured by Killer YT of DRS Gaming. We could always rely on all these members of DRS. The other day, it was sleepy with those long range as well as top coming in from Team Falcons. But I think we've gotten decent numbers, pretty standard stuff, though I kind of wish we get to see more and more of these trovables to be up on point. But there's definitely significant increases coming in from the total of headshots heading into majority of these matches. So teams are definitely getting sharper and sharper as we are proceeding towards the very final day left for tomorrow. So that is what I want to witness, for them to really clean up some portions of the act and come up with even better planning and moving into how they want to play out the very final day. So the race is on. It's HORAA versus DRS with a potential opportunity for Alter Ego to also challenge that as well. So that being said, we've already wrapped up majority of the action, and oh boy, it has been a long day, my friend. So I can't wait to at least take a glimpse of what tomorrow has to offer. But of course, we thank all of you guys for watching and joining us here in the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Night of Champions. Make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe, as we will bring you more action tomorrow. So see you guys till then.